No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Nyaa! You've been hacked by the powerful and tubular Maine Coon hacker, Chiaki Katsumi, here to steal your data and your heart. Hello. Hi. I've appeared. Hello. Happy Thursday. Feliz Jueves. Hope you guys have had a good Thursday so far. Almost Friday. Well, 12 p.m., but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Where's the yapping part? What do you think this is? She has appeared. I've manifested. I have appeared from my burrow. From my hideout. From my little cave. How's your day been so far? It's been good. It's been a bit of a lazy day, I feel. I've been having a very chaotic Thursday. We picked up our new puppy yesterday and he's such a little goober. Oh, you did ended up getting the puppy. Cute. Hopefully your cat is fine with it. The pre-yap sesh, the yappening, yes, because I essentially just kind of like binged Sly Cooper too. The last 2 streams. Thursday's been nice, except the major tummy ache I got earlier. But I beat Mario Bros. 2 and was playing the GBA version. Oh, nice! I haven't really played anything since Sly. I haven't really played anything since Sly Cooper, so it's kind of just chillin'. But yeah, my dog was a little nightmare when he was a puppy. Oh, was he one of those dogs that like bit wires or like destroyed shoes or stuff like that? Having a lazy day is always nice. Gotta have them to distract from the working days. 'Tis true. He's a miniature long-haired dachshund, and we name him Katsu. He's been doing good with the cats. He was sleeping on my lap with the cats laying on top of me at the same time and had no issues. Aw, cute. I don't think I've ever seen a long-haired dachshund. Usually the ones that I've seen, they're short hair. Dachshund. Long hair. Oh! Interesting. I thought there was... I think I was thinking of a different breed. Because, like, the dachshunds that I've seen are always short-haired. I was thinking of, like, I think teckles are also kind of similar. Well, teckles are shorter, apparently. I was thinking of, like, a teckle, and I was like, aren't they kind of similar to dachshunds? But apparently they're shorter than dachshunds. At least from the pictures that I'm seeing. I don't blame you for not gaming since Sly. The game probably burned you out a tiny bit. I feel like I'm burned out on platformers, so I haven't been feeling like playing platformers. Nightmare free day yesterday? No. I mean, I was kind of busy on Wednesday. That's fair. You did have back-to-back endurance streams for Sly too. Yeah, because I did wanted to like finish the game. Playing like 15 hours of Sly 2 in a row would probably make me not want to play anything either. 'Tis true. 'Tis true. Yeah, long-haired dachshunds are a little more uncommon than the short-haired ones. Yeah, because one of my friends, she had a dachshund. But it was a short-haired dachshund. So I was like, wait, there's long-haired ones? I don't think I've seen a long-haired dachshund IRL, but I've seen them in movies. Yeah, I think short hair are more common. That's why. You did binge Sly for like 15 hours over the course of 2 days. There were some really frustrating parts. I don't blame you for getting burned out. Yeah, honestly. And like I said, I kind of like tried to like go straight to the game. Emphasis on try, because I feel like I still yapped a little bit. I still yapped a little bit before going straight into the game. Even though I told myself I would just like boot up the game. Start the game. But then I was like, but I kind of wanna... We're not from platformers. It's over Drawn to Life, bros. I mean, I will go back to Drawn to Life eventually, but... I do want to play, like, not a platformer. I do want to play, like, not a platformer, at least for a bit. Speaking of you beating Sly 2, there's a surprise for Cat Hacker. Is there? We just still managed to distract you with yapping, especially on Monday. Yeah, I think Monday I yapped her extra long. There's a wiry hair dachshunds that have hair similar to a schnauzer, which I had no clue existed. Wow. Wiry hair? I promised I'll get Aki victories when I got paid. Tickets a delayed White Day gift. I mean, you guys didn't really have to give me anything for White Day. didn't really have to give me anything. I mean, I only really remember that it was because I saw like another VTuber mention it. And I was like, oh right, it is White Day. And then I kind of just like continue with my day because I don't think I streamed that day either. My biggest dream had always been seeing your radiant smile. A sweet girl with a beautiful heart, which brings 3 tons of happiness. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for the tip, Blade. Thank you, thank you. Ooh. You should play the Great Pirate Tactical RPG War Group 2. Oh god, not War Group 2. Are you prepared to play your Yab Dev? Since when was it a dev?
Let the hacking begin.
Since when was it a dev? I'm playing mostly gacha stuff, collecting my Musume. Got Mambo and Kita-san Black. Mainly waiting for Star Force collection so I can finally play Star Force 2 and 3. I know like they added some of the odd costumes for Uma Musume. But honestly, ever since that stream, I never went back to it, so... that's just how it is with me in gacha games. I just don't go back to them. Because I tubular gamer beat Sly 2 and couldn't send a reward. Every praise I do is because I mean it. You weren't slow, you were quick, so no downplaying your feats. I don't know, like, it's always like, I feel like I take my time. But with certain games, I guess I feel like more pressure to do things faster. Because, I don't know. But also, thank you so much for the tip, Blade. Thank you, thank you. Considering the way this controls through you for a loop, also that giant mech bird. Yeah, I don't really play like flying sections, turret sections. Only reason I remember White Day exists is because of Grand Blue. I see it like some other VTubers mention it, so I'm like, oh right. Are you ready for the Steam Spring Sale? I don't remember when was the last time I bought something on Steam. I feel like I'm trying to get through the games that I currently own and not buy more. It does remind me Gale of Darkness should be on Switch Online. Think you'll play it? I saw it, but then a bunch of people started saying you need to play Colosseum before it. And then I started doubting, do I need to play Colosseum before it? Is it necessary? I wish I could ignore gacha games as well as you can. The lure of the grind is too addicting. I get burned out on the gacha grind really easily, so... But they usually don't last for me. The spring Steam sale did start today. So it seems. I don't even know what's on the sale. Ooh. I generally haven't touched any stores since Bokopia came out. The Bokopia grind is real. I remember White Day because of Grand Blue. I don't think there's anything wrong with taking your time. It's your first time ever playing those games. You should be taking your time to enjoy them rather than rushing to beat them anyways. I guess that is true. It's true, yeah. Oh, so hi Ken, welcome. Aren't both games related but not exactly continuation? I'm not sure, honestly. I don't know too much about Gale of Darkness or Colosseum for that matter. It gives context. Story isn't even connected. I thought it was a direct sequel to Colosseum, but then I remember we talked about it before in stream and other people said it wasn't. I've heard people like say conflicting things. Some people say that like you do need it for context, and other people it's like just say that it's whatever. And now I'm just like, do I? I still haven't got a Switch 2 yet. We really need a new first party direct. This drought is pain. I am waiting. I am waiting for the first party direct. I'm waiting very impatiently. Like, give me some news. But no news. Maybe till April. I mean, March is almost over, so it's most likely April. You don't need to play Colosseum that much for context, though. Do you not? Gale of Darkness sequel set several years later with different MC, and they're not super connected. Gale is a sequel to Colosseum. Direct sequel, but shared... It is a direct sequel, but they share the same theme. Story is different. You get context on one of the evil teams, but it's not needed. Of course you are with the Effie announcement. Give me the Effie news already. I need to know. I need to know if Fortune's Weave releases. Same. I'm waiting very impatiently. I just need to know at this point. Just tell me. Just tell me at this point. It is a sequel, but they aren't connected enough for it to matter. If you play Colosseum first. I doubt we'll get one till next month. Yeah, March is almost over. I don't think we're getting one. Is it the only important context of stuff about how dark Pokemon exists? Do dark Pokemon exist in Colosseum? Chiaki striving for Fortune Weave's news. I mean, I've been waiting. Pokemon XD takes place 5 years after Coliseum. Some returning characters. They literally put Fortune's Leave into a highlight trailer to tease us with it. I did see that! And I'm like, now that's just rude. Now that's just rude. Well, you just put it there, but you don't say anything? Like, come on now. No, that's just mean. New FE, new 3D Mario, new Zelda. I mean, you're getting new Yoshi game. That's the closest to a 3D Mario. To be fair, the new Yoshi game does look cute. I do want to play it. New Zelda, new Smash. I don't know about new Smash, honestly. I don't know if Sakurai really wants to go back to that. I feel if anything, it's just gonna be like a Switch 2 edition of Ultimate. Oh yeah, that's the whole shtick with Coliseum Dark Pokemon. I only knew they were on Gale Darkness. I might hope they don't push Fortune's Leaf to the end of the year. I hope so too. I saw that too. So evil to put it there. Nothing. I know, like literally nothing. The new Yoshi game looks really fun. It does look really cute. Yeah, there was a new Yoshi game last time that was announced. I think it was the same direct as like the Rhythm Heaven game. Okay, the new Yoshi is very cute, but it's not the same. It's true. I just want Xenoblade Chronicles series Switch 2 upgrade. I mean, was X a Switch 2 version? I don't remember. I think it was just a port to the Switch 1. Also, do they really need like a Switch 2 upgrade? I don't remember. Because like, I think they look fine on Switch 1, no? Sorry, Sakurai doesn't have a choice. And then has Kirby strapped to a chair with a gun to his head. No! Kirby! Sakurai wants to be free from the Smash Mines. Yeah, let him go. He needs to be freed. I doubt we'll get a new Smash till like 5 years into the Switch's 2 life if we do get one. I feel it's just gonna be Ultimate Switch 2. I don't think Sakurai wants to go back. I feel if anything, they'll just continue with more DLC for Ultimate. I feel it's just gonna be like Ultimate for Switch 2. Like a Switch 2 upgrade. If you're going to play the new Yoshi game, I'll play it through watching you. I do want to play it. It did look really cute. Do we really need a new Smash game? I feel Ultimate is pretty good. There is one thing lacking in Ultimate, and that's a story mode. But I know they will never do it again. We will never relive those days again. But I still have hope in my heart. Hope is the last thing that dies. X got a Switch 2 upgrade. Oh, so it did. It wasn't the best. The only thing they could really do for a Switch 2 upgrade is probably increase frame rate, internal resolution. Yeah. Maybe, like, increase the quality of some textures. They do need a Switch 2 port at least. Some games that don't have them run pretty bad on Switch 2. Xenoblade Chronicles 2 badly needs an upgrade. That's the one I heard the least about, so I don't know how well it runs. Xenoblade games are all stuck at 30 FPS, so a 60 FPS patch would be nice. But the human eye can only see... can only see up to 30 FPS anyway. That's my excuse whenever I lower something to 30 FPS. Oh, good. They actually did give one of them an upgrade already. And then new Switch 2 update made it so they look and run even better. Sakurai wants to be free. He wants to see his son again. But if they create a Subspace Emissary for Smash Ultimate, I'll literally rebuy the game. I need Subspace Emissary back. I miss it dearly. Sakurai would have to get over his grudge of YouTube spoiling things for his story mode. Yeah, I don't know if he's getting over that. If Chiaki gonna play the new Yoshi game, that does mean I'll have to hurry and play it when it comes out. To double dip by playing it and watch you play it. I don't think I'll play it on release. I'll probably play it like later along the line. Collective punishment for the Subspace Emissary leaks. Man. The Smash hype from 2018 to 2021 was an era I'll never forget. I kinda miss those times. Oh yeah, when people would like go crazy over the announcements. No, not again. Yeah, but also we just got some days ago the boost mode for handheld, and honestly after trying it, Switch 1 games do look better. The coop is strong with that argument. What do you mean? I'd rather have a stable 30 than unstable 60. Fair enough. Me staring at my 165 hertz monitor dying on the inside because I wasted so much money when I can only see 30 FPS. He got to see his son, Chiaki. It's time to throw him back in Smash jail. No! It makes me feel bad for him. Like, I feel really bad for the guy. Like, I know he gets sassy with the community and whatnot, but sometimes the community is really mean to him. I think, like, he posted, like, his cat passing away, one time. And then, like, someone in the comments was just like, good, maybe that way he'll be able to focus on Smash. And I'm like, people are heartless. What's wrong with people? I was just like, Jesus. He got to see his son, Chiaki. They create subspace too for Ultimate and rebuying the whole game. Back into the dungeon he goes. Yeah, it's pretty rare for you to play games on release, except for FE Pokemon Ace Attorney, if new games actually exist. Yeah. If we do get a new semester, roster hype for that will be wild. Stuff like Uma Musume and Granblue is possible now. Now they have games on Switch, might even get an Atelier rep. I don't know about gacha games. I don't think they added any gacha games. Gacha game characters on Smash. So hi Red, welcome. Back into the dungeon he goes. To be fair, the Smash community doesn't deserve anything. They're evil creatures. Yeah, it's just like, my goodness. Boss, you better not be the type of person that buys an 120 Hz monitor, but forgot to set it to 120 instead of 60. What do you mean? You said gacha, I heard gacha. Hi Miel, I summoned her with gacha. Now, we're talking about gacha characters being in Smash. I don't think it's happened before, so who knows? Mars is a gacha character. No, he's not. I saw how mean some of those comments in that tweet were. Like, seriously. Yeah. I really do feel bad for Sakurai. People are extremely rude to him. Some people are mean on the internet because the things they say in real life will get them punched in the mouth. Yeah. Essentially, yeah. What gacha? Which gacha? Could be any gacha. The games on Switch are spin-offs and not gacha. The Uma Musume game is a party game and the Granblue game is an RPG. I mean, the Hollow Knight is not on Smash and he's on Nintendo Switch. So, could be anyone's guess at this point. It's more really like it's not the community. So it's the part of the community that don't really deserve anything. Marth is in a gacha. He's not a gacha character. Huge difference. Technically, all FE characters are gacha characters. No! Fire Emblem Heroes does not exist. Fire Emblem Heroes is a phase that I try to forget every day. I moved on from that era. Sorry, that was 100% intentional rage bait. I admit it. I can't believe this. Feel like you're fighting words. Too fair. People are begging for Hollow Knight and Sans to be in Smash. Oh yeah, and then they gave you like the costume for the Mii. People don't know that the setting for the Hertz is not set. It's max though. We're talking about heroes, but shadows. He's not in shadows though. Marth is not in shadows, and God forgive they put him there. I don't know what type of animal they're gonna turn him into. Hollow Knight or Hornet for Smash, or like Shantae or Shovel Knight would be really cool additions. What is on my phone then? A fake game. Was Fire Emblem Heroes a face? Yes. Because I played that game back on release date. I was on the trenches when that game first started out. Chiaki, wanna forget that chapter for Pass with Heroes? Yes. I still need another FE Heroes lore stream. I would actually need to play those chapters, and I refuse to open that game on my iPad because it's still there. Rainbow and Smash would be awesome. Soon, even okay with her being in there. Apparently, Shadows is already on like part 3. That's crazy. Trust me, Steam. I know because my roommate did that. I literally gave him my old 120 Hz monitor, and 6 months later, I found out he never changed it from 60 Hz. Marth isn't in Shadows yet. Don't say that. Don't summon him in there. Not even Marth is in the Shadows despite being Mr. Fire Emblem. No. And honestly, thank God. She rejects your reality of Fire Emblem Heroes existing. Yes. He's not real. Mark didn't even get to be in TMS. Why are you hurting me? What did I do to you? What did I do to you personally? Isn't Pokemon technically gacha too? IRL TCG and Pokemon Masters and Phone. I mean... it's a side game though. They should have Goku in the new Smash to really mess with people. I don't know if you really want to just make Smash fans like even angrier than they always are. I think the ship has sailed for characters like Shantae and Shovel Knight. Who knows, honestly? Oh, card games are IRL gacha technically. Wait, does Shadows have actual lore? It does, technically. Chiaki can relapse in Fire Emblem Heroes. Oh, it's not even a matter of like if I will or not. I just won't. I'm immune to gacha propaganda. Like I'll play it for like a week and then I just fall off. I don't know. Shadows just have lore somewhat. I mean, apparently. That's really sad. She won't be playing any more heroes. I already see a sequel your Peak Heroes lore video essay. It wasn't even a video essay. It was just a stream of me explaining the lore. I'll drag you in. So many games have tried. I'm immune to the gacha propaganda. It doesn't matter what they do. I don't stick with those games. You're so lucky. Meanwhile, my boy Ike has to be a bear. Oh, right. They did turn him into a bear. I just find him not being TMS super strange. I know. Does that would ever happen in the Smash Directs? I mean, some people. Some people, apparently. Fire Emblem Shadow stream when? Never. I refuse to play Fire Emblem Among Us. Chiaki is not vulnerable to PNGs. I spend money on VTubers, not gacha. I have the power of Discord notifications. I'm not a game. Trying to explain the lore because I have no clue what happened there during the Fairy Tale Fever Dream. I don't wanna boot up that game. Fire Emblem Hero has lore? Always has. Never said it was consistent or that it made a lot of sense, but it does have. It technically does have lore. I made, like, what, 3 streams trying to explain whatever was going on in that game? And even I barely understand it. So, Chiaki, when is your gacha collaboration so we can fall into the gacha propaganda? Day 1 of getting Chiaki into gacha is my new daily. It just doesn't happen. I get bored. I don't like it when they limit my playtime. I don't like it when it's like, sorry, you can only play for an hour and then you have to come back tomorrow. And I'm like, no. It was that many streams. The fact that we need that many to make sense of all the nonsense. I mean, there's a lot of books. Is it more convoluted than Fates? Yes. Yes, it is. And the only reason it is because it's longer. Fates got, they cut off a lot of the lore of that game. So, I think that's the only reason why. Because Fates is not convoluted. It's just like, it has a bunch of plot holes, but it's not convoluted per se. You need to have a healthy lifestyle. No more than 1 hour screen. Never! But Chiaki, do you love having to pay for the privilege of getting to play their game and pay more for rolling for characters? No. Same, I really don't like when they limit my playthrough in games, especially with artifacts farming. Chiaki Blue Archive collab when? Your design fits Blue Archive a bit. You'll fit in at Millennium with the Veritas hacker group. To be fair, Blue Archive does have nice character designs. No hesitation, that scares me. You should play Grand Blue Fantasy. Then you'll have the opposite issue of not having enough time to play the game because they give you 1,000,000 stamina and the grind never ends. Sorry, gotta wait 24 hours for your energy to refill or pay a low price of $2. Exactly. Fate's plot isn't convoluted, it's bad. There's a difference. Oh god. The only gambling I want to do is in Pokemon or Fallout New Vegas. Like, a gacha Pokemon or like actual Pokemon? It's literally known as Grind Blue Fantasy since it's too much game to play. Blue Archive is very free-to-play friendly. Never spend a penny on it at all. I really believe, though, you would be able to pull it off doing an essay for the Fates lore. I mean, I'm joking, but I really like your lore videos. It's just... I'll actually have to go back. I would actually have to go back and play... Well, the 3 paths. I don't own the DLC. I can't even buy the DLC since eShop is dead. Apparently the DLC, like, explained some things, but honestly, after beating all 3 paths, I was done with the game. And I never went back. And I never went back to it. I was like, you know what? I don't want to deal with this. I'm not joking. Chiaki making a Fates lore video is the only way I'll understand Fates lore. I'll actually have to, like, consume so much Fate content in order to, like, do it. Revelations is last media. Oh, not Revelations. I'm talking about, like, the other DLC. The one with the Awakening characters, I think? Because I do have Revelations. On my, like, standard 3DS. Like, my personal 3DS. Technically, you can get the DLC in your 3DS since it's modded. That's fair. I got the DLC because I knew they would be gone, but never did it after Birthright because I had enough of the game. I bought Birthright and Conquest physically because yes. I don't have a good argument about it. It was just a spur of the moment type of purchase. Yeah, I mean the DLC with the kid story. Yeah, that one. Essentially, that's the one that I mean. What is Nintendo gonna do? They don't sell the game or DLC anymore. I mean, they don't. Games like SMT4 and 4 Apocalypse are impossible to get in the UK EU now since they were digital only. Oh, that's really sucky. Chiaki, me and my brother were also bought Birthright and Conquest physically. You aren't alone. Welcome to the club, boss. Welcome to the club. Those dumb boxes haunt me every time I walk past. Those boxes haunt me every time I look at my shelf and I'm like, oh, we meet again. If it was just Revelations technically possible, just like 300. I mean, if I was able to get the cartridge that has all 3 roots in one, that would be nice. But nah, man, it's too expensive. If you can even find it on eBay, it's like ridiculous. And I remember even when it came out, I think it was like really badly scalped. So people were struggling to get it. Need Chiaki to play Revelation so we can finally get the full Ocean's Grey Waves karaoke. Doesn't it get like extra lyrics added? Not because of Revelations, but some other route or whatever. Special edition. Wait, is this the one that has the cartridge with the 3 roots? I think it is. $500! Get out of here. Oh god. I love the Fates characters, the plot too, despite its huge flaws in Conquest. If I had to pick a side, I was very biased towards Conquest. I had a very heavy bias towards Conquest. So, I went Conquest, day 1. If I knew 3DS was going to be worth it, its weight in gold, I would have kept my Zelda 3DS systems. Why would you sell it? It's insanely expensive. I remember looking it up because I was thinking of suggesting it on Throne for your birthday one year, but instead decided to get you an actual good game. An actual good game. The backhanded insult to Fire Emblem Fates. Oh god. I never played Grand Blue itself, only the fighting game because I like Anila the sheep girl. Yeah, the kids DLC gives a 4th verse, the most story relevant of them all. Why? 500? Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's honestly ridiculous. It costs more than even Path of Radiance. Get out of here. To be fair, it was like a special edition, but even then, am I wrong? I mean, you're not, but the Revelation copies are way too much money. Yeah, it's way too much. Conquest was so much cooler of an idea. Too bad the execution was Oh, Corn, it's okay. Those war crimes weren't your fault. Yeah, that's kind of like one of the things that I didn't really like. It's like, essentially everybody is trying to prevent Corin from taking accountability, you know? It's like, no, Corin, you would never. And I'm like, You're a saint, you know? All those people that we like killed and like all the Hoshidans that we hurt? No. You would never. It was all us. We're taking the entire blame for you. And I'm like, ugh. Let them deal with the consequences of their choices. Exactly. An actual good game. He ain't wrong there, but that money could even get you another Switch too. I even had the ambassador thing for 3DS that came with those free GBA games. And you sold it? That's crazy. Oh god. It was only included with the 3DS that it came with, so you're not paying for just the game, but a 3DS as well. So 500 sadly makes sense. Even the loose copy is like 300. I'm struggling to even find listings from it. Most of the listings are just like the base, like you either get Conquest or Birthright. So there's not even like, I think if you look special edition... No, I think the 3DS was a separate thing. Fire Emblem Fate Special Edition. Yeah, this one doesn't have it. Yeah, I think the 3DS was a separate thing. I don't think this version comes with the 3DS. I got Secret Stones through the 3DS Ambassador thing. I've never heard of this 3DS Ambassador thing. You would never, literally did. Remember that Norian mage who won the war, Zola? I remember him, he was a good one. Him? I was like, he was a good one? Leo coming in and killing people for Corin just so they didn't have to feel bad about it. I know! It's so vile. Finding loose copies is almost impossible, sadly. I love how Revelations were essentially too indecisive to choose a side, so I don't choose any. I mean, it's essentially just saying, I choose nobody. That does make sense then, especially since 3DS have gotten really expensive on their own. Yeah. Yeah. 3DS Ambassador? Why was everyone invited to this by me? You're not the only one. This is the first time I've heard of this. Wasn't the 3DS Ambassador thing if you bought the 3DS before they lowered the price? I had an original 3DS and I didn't get to be an ambassador. Like, I had like the original like blue one and I didn't get to be an ambassador. I just say I love the 3DS eShop music. Takes me back to 2011. The eShop music. Iconic. It's so sad they don't do music for eShop anymore. The best choice Corin ever made was joining Smash. I choose to join Smash! I didn't get into the ambassador thing either, sadly. Can't remember what the requirements for it were. I bought the OG 3DS on launch. Why did no one tell me about this? Man. The ambassador thing was because of the 3DS price being reduced slightly after launch, so they gave you a lot of free games, like 10 GBA ones. What? I didn't get that. This is terrible. I think you had to sign up with your Nintendo ID, boss. I don't remember if I ever did that. I don't remember if I ever did that. I missed the Nintendo one there. Maybe the ambassador offer wasn't available for every country? Maybe. The memo was on English. Speaking of catchy music, I had the PVC song stuck in my head like all day yesterday. Which one? The zombies on the lawn or the guitar riff? Or that dun 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 dun. All I remember is just getting them one day. Yeah, I still have my ambassador stuff on my 3DS. Play Sacred Stones on it. It's great. I play Sacred Stones on my Wii U. It even gave out Sacred Stones. I'm super sad. Yes, that one. There's a zombie on my lawn. There's a zombie on your lawn. To be fair, PVZ does have really iconic music. What can I say? Nintendo being sneaky, not promoting the ambassador offer. That's evil. Stab. I've had the guitar riff stuck in my head because of you and the fact that I keep watching a ton of PVZ2 content recently. To be fair, the guitar riff is iconic. That song is so catchy. I never played the game and I remember this song. It was an iconic song. Very, very iconic song. And the fact that the same person that did the hacking... I dare not even call it a song because that's not a song. The hacking sound effect in Sly 2 made music for PvZ. I'm like, how? He said dun dun, I instantly got reminded of the Sly 2 hacking song. I do not dare call that a song. I woke up to a PvZ video and now you remind me of PvZ. I'm sorry, it'll happen again. After talking about it, I really want to pick up the remix so I can play it again. Only PvZ 2 though, don't slander my goat PvZ 1. Okay, fair enough, that's true. This is true. The inferior PvZ. Because it was filled with microtransactions. And they ruined the franchise with bad business decisions for Plants vs. Zombies. They did! It's so sad. How dare you slander the hit single? Dun, 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 dun. No! To be fair, I'm sure he composed the music for the entire game and the dun 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 just happened to be one of them. Yeah, but why? Couldn't he compose a good song? Like, while hacking? Especially since that minigame comes up so often. PvZ has so much good content. But the choices they made for it were so dumb. They did! They did! Like, what even, man? What PvZ 2? PvZ was only a single game. The fall of PvZ needs to be studied. I've never seen a game fall off so hard after just a single title. I know, it's crazy to think about. Like, what even, man? How do you mess up so badly? Hey, he did change up the music. There was dun 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 and there was also dun 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 dun. So much variety. No, Chiaki, computer nerds don't listen to music. They can only hear beeps and boops. And the occasional reverb. Is that how it is? At least it's not PvZ 3, which has the weirdest story. I love microtransactions. Why would they do this? Why would they do this? The game was great as it was. And then no, they just had to ruin it. They just woke up one day and said, you know what? I feel like ruining my hard-earned work and creating something that people are not gonna like. And I'm like, why? Why would you do this? Why? Why? There was PvZ 3? No one talks about PvZ 3? I feel like nobody talks about PvZ 3. Exactly! That's the accurate reaction. PvZ 3 exists? Yes, apparently. Microtransactions are a crime against humanity. I mean, I guess if your game is 100% free, you kind of need to find a way to, like, sustain it. But, like, at that point, it's like, you're kind of ruining what PvZ 1 stood for. At least it's not the funny PvZ shooter game. Garden of Warfare? At some point they were making PvZ 4. PvZ 3? Yeah, there's PvZ 3. I think it shut down though. I'll never forget Bethesda for making that horse armor. It was all downhill after they created the concept of microtransactions. It all went downhill from there. Yeah, Plants vs. Zombies 3 shutting down for a major overhaul. I think... yeah, it did shut down, it seems. It's like, why? I do not understand. What went so wrong? Worst thing, PvZ 2, they just ruined it. The microtransactions is literally pay to win for the better plans until they get replaced with even better plans. There's a third game? There was, but I think it shut down already. I don't think you can play it. I don't know. I find microtransactions to be more predatory than just selling the game for a normal price. I think it's better to just sell the game for a normal price, honestly. The puppers are barking. Hold on, let me go check on the doggos. I'll be right back. Okay, I return. Oh god. I return. Apparently they were barking because someone's at the door. And it was delivery, apparently. Katsumam apparently ordered a bunch of things. And I had to take them inside. There's a bunch of boxes, so I was like, oh god. So I had to take all the boxes inside. How are the two little menaces doing? They were just chilling, but they started barking because essentially the delivery came. And I had to, like, bring everything inside. Can we bite the mailman? Don't bite him! No joke, my puppy perked up when she heard the poppers. Oh, could you guys hear them? I think it's because they're kind of, like, outside my door right now. But so, Ato, thank you so much for the super. Reaper, thank you so much for the super. Cold, thank you so much for the super. Fireball, thank you so much for the super. And Raps, thank you so much for the super. Thank you, thank you. Ah, yes, the Amazon delivery. The puppers gotta check to make sure every single box is safe. You hear a few cute barks, yeah. We could hear them a little bit, yeah, but it's fine. We don't mind. They're silly guys. So they did go through. I was wondering if it was gonna be audible. It was pretty quiet, but he was laying on my lap, so he could hear them faintly. Yeah, because I wasn't sure how loud they were gonna be, because they didn't wanna... They insisted on lying outside my door for whatever reason. Usually they just go somewhere else, but... Today they were just like, no, we want to lie down here. And I was like, oh god, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get them to like not lie down outside my door. Doggo duo out there guarding the door of the boss. Yeah, they're just insistent on sitting there. For whatever reason. If you wanna get to the boss, you gotta go through us first. The puppers probably. They're guarding the door. Really don't mind. Who would mind two adorable cute little guys? Which also Mikatas are little cute innocent puppers. When you use the menace, it takes a little bit away from that. Sometimes they just decide to sleep in the most inconvenient places. You get used to it. Yeah, they just did not want her to get up. They're like, no. So I was like, okay, fine. Guess you guys can stay there. So I just kind of like moved one of their beds outside. So I was like, at least if you're staying outside, you can lie down on the bed. You don't have to lie down on the floor. But if you try to open a new plastic garbage bag near them, they'll 100% bolt instantly. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, usually they don't really bark unless like someone is at the door. The floor is comfier. Or is the little one half on bed, half on floor again? I mean, right now they're both just lying on the floor. Unless like they already moved after I brought the packages inside. But Chiaki, the cold hard floor calls to me. Nuh-uh. The bed has been placed, thereby ordaining their sacred duty of protecting your dog. I mean, if they're not gonna move from there, I was like, well, at least they should, you know, have a bed in theirs. Because even if I put both beds outside, they just both sleep on the same bed for whatever reason. So I'm just like, well, there's no point in moving both of them since they just never use both of the beds. The doggos yearn for the floor. Apparently so. If it fits, I sits. Even if it doesn't fit, they'll find a way. They'll find a way. Me, menace never. I just like to nibble Chiaki's ahoge. Why do you like to nibble my hair? My hair hurt. It hurts if you bite my hair. Silly Chiaki. Beds aren't for sleeping. They're for biting. Nuh-uh. No biting the bed. It is really cute your doggos like to cuddle so much. Even if it's probably just Robin wanted to mess with Mona. Yeah. They just like being together. Despite, you know, Robin just messing with Mona. But your hair is tasty, blueberry flavored. No, it's not. It'll grow back. That even if it does, that doesn't change it. Chew up on the couch? No. Just use 2 toys. What flavor is it? Nothing. The same flavor that your hair would be if you try to eat it. Nothing. It just tastes like hair. That's just how it is. I kind of forgot like what we were talking about before. I kind of had to go check what was going on with the doggos. What were we talking about? I think we're talking about PVZ. Yeah, I think we were talking about PVZ. But she loses her ahoge, she'll lose her Wi-Fi signal. Yes, I'll disappear from your router. If you do that. Do you want me to just disappear from your router and never come back? Is that what you want? Just remember the music. Exactly. If you bite it, the signal gets affected and then it disappears. Yes? Okay, goodbye. You guys hate me. Unbelievable. I leave for a day and they just want me to leave forever. Can't believe this. I can hear the Tokyo Ghoul song in my head now. It's so over. It's like I can still hear her. Yes, this is all just a figment of your imagination. You're gonna wake up, and I'm not gonna be there. Without Wi-Fi, we must return to Big Wolf. No, you'll shrink even further. But I will explode and be sad. I mean, that's what you guys asked for. You guys wanted me to leave, so I left. Sometimes when my Wi-Fi makes noises, I think it's Chiaki. I'm not there always. Some days I do leave. Does Chiaki's Wi-Fi sustain us? I don't know, does it? That's it, I'm unplugging my router. You wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare. What would you do when you're stuck in traffic then? Or when you have nothing to do? If you unplug your router, your phone data goes along with it. If I woke up to a world without Chiaki, I wouldn't want to live in the world. What? Don't say that. The gift. When Chiaki leaves my Wi-Fi. Nom on the fish. On my hair clips? Or I guess earrings, I guess. Closer to... They're kind of more like clip earrings. Can I send the fax to Chiaki? No, I don't have a fax machine. Joke's on you, I'm on satellite. I'm about to take down all those, what's it called? Starlink satellites. Even if you unplug the router, it's too late. She's in your phone, your consoles, everything. Are the ear clips fish flavored? No. They're made of plastic, and it's not fantastic. Sorry, Chiaki. Even without my Wi-Fi, I got the phone data left. Not the Starlink. It was like the first satellite internet that came to mind. You don't have a fax? Chiaki, why are you so old-fashioned? Don't have the latest tag. Latest tag? Latest tech in what century? News the next day. Every single Starlink satellite has crashed. Exactly. What are they on the Beidou navigation satellite system? I'll figure it out. I'll figure something out. Doesn't matter, I'll find a way. As I always do. When I hear Starlink, I just start thinking about the game Starlink. No, that's... I didn't even know there was a game called Starlink. Japan still considers a fax modern tech for some reason. Is it? The fax machine came out recently. You sure about that? New message by fax machine. Not the fax machine, man. Anything but the fax machine. I don't think I ever seen a fax machine. Like, I know of their existence, but I don't think I've ever seen one. Starlink, that game with the R-Wing figurine, right? Japan still uses a fax machine. I can confirm. Oh, I see. You have one of those fancy telegraph thingies. No. I was like, wait, how does a telegraph look like again? What do you mean, Chiaki? The fax machine is brand new. It's brand new and the N64 is a modern console. Now where's my golf cart? Need to get those golf clubs. Wasn't Japan still using floppy disks? Do they still use floppy disks? Fax machines were before your time. The fax machine and floppy disk is still needed in all honesty. Is it? Did Chiaki know that Starlink Space Shooter 3D game? The Switch version it got, Star Fox is a playable character. I never heard of that game. Have you seen a copier? Isn't that just like... essentially, like... you know... kind of like what... why would you use a copier if you can get a printer that does both? I've honestly only seen printers that do both. Why would you get a copier when you can just get a printer that has essentially a copy feature? I used to work with one. I'll be honest, I've never seen a fax machine IRL either. Okay, good to know it's not just me. I think nowadays most fax machines are just incorporated into printers. Most train systems still use floppy disks. Next you're going to tell me photography is a new invention. Back in my day, we needed like 20 floppy disks to install PC games, and it could take days. Oh god. She hasn't seen a fax machine. It's over. She's calling us ancient again. I didn't say that. Japan is the weirdest country ever because they'll have robots and other crazy tech, but they'll use fax machines for everything. Printers do everything nowadays. You can probably make your coffee too. Gotta print me a coffee now. I mean, there's the 3D printers. I remember when cell phones cost an arm and a leg. Yeah, most printers have everything built in now. I do not think the youngins would ever know the luxury that was a copy machine in the pre-scanner printer era. I mean, I can't say that I've seen like a copy machine because the machines that do copies are essentially incorporated into printers, and those are the only ones that I've seen. At least none of us Katsus are old enough to still refer to scanners as what? Xerox? Why does that sound like a sci-fi term? What is that? 3D printing my coffee real quick. I was like what? I know I'm old. I'm from the Stone Age, but I'm young at heart. The Stone Age. I remember when the written word was invented. It wasn't that long ago. And to be fair, fax machines are pretty cool, especially those that have printer integrated. It's like, I'll send you a file, you can automatically print it. I think we're at the time period in which kids don't know what floppy disks are. I thought I was an older Katsu, but you guys actually make me feel young. Xerox. Oh, is that how you say it? Don't worry, it was before my time too. I'm surprised you haven't seen fax machines. Not even in your school, because schools used to keep pretty ancient stuff. Not fax machines, no. Xerox. Like, no, we didn't. Like, my school didn't have fax machines. Like, like I don't think my school was that. I was trying to not use the word ancient, but it's the only word that came to mind. I really have seen it, but don't know what it was. I don't think I've seen one though. Chiaki, I'm from the Hanna-Barbera age, with the very first Scooby-Doo series started airing at Cartoon Network on the other side. Whoa. There's an espresso machine that prints... It designs on the espresso. Wait, so like... You mean like the art? Like the espresso art? You never seen a fax machine at a doctor's office? No? Question mark? What kind of doctors do you guys visit? I've never seen a fax machine at a doctor's office. My school never had a fax machine either. My school had some ancient stuff, but not that ancient. Pagers. Tech that is old enough to drink is ancient, yes. I guess it's clear a lot of us are nostalgic for the 90s. Have you ever seen a printer that really has a phone on the side? No? What? When you said not using the word ancient, I was drinking my cola and almost spilled it over. No. I've seen these espresso art machines before. Espresso... art machines. I don't really look through a doctor's office text, so no, I've not seen one. I mean, to be fair, he wasn't really like a family doctor, but for the most part, we went to like the same like doctor like ever since like kids. So I'm like, and I don't remember him having a fax machine, so I'm like, no. Fax machines is just a printer with a phone on the side. Well, no, I've never seen that. Okay, you gotta tell us. Do you know how to use a landline phone? I have to Google how a landline phone looks like. Landline phone. Oh, these. Okay, yeah. I do know how to use those. The fact that I have to Google it. I was like, wait, what does that look like? Oh, yeah, these, yeah. He has a cord. Oh, it's these. Yeah. I do know how to use those because we kept one around for a while because like the only people that would call us would be my grandparents, and they refused to get cell phones for the longest time, so we did keep one of these for quite a bit. Also, Lynn, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Lynn and Raiders. Hope you guys had a good stream. What were you guys up to? And for the people that don't know me, I'm Chiaki Katsumi, the powerful and tubular Maine Coon hacker. We're currently just yapping. What about a rotary phone? I only, like, learned a little bit of how those work. And you're not gonna like this answer, but I only learned how they kind of work through video games. I've never actually seen one of those IRL. So, I'm sorry you're not gonna like that answer, but... Lynn found the Holocure slot is very over. Did Holocure get an update? I was going to question everything I know up to this point, but Chiaki saved it. What do you mean? Slots in Holocure. Oh, I didn't know they added like a different game mode. To be fair, I never really played Holocure. I just know of it. Okay, rotary phones are definitely before my time. I've only ever seen them in movies and games. Yeah! Okay, for the longest time, I thought they were only a thing in movies. They were only a thing in movies and video games because I've never seen one before. So I was like, are they actually real? Wait, Stu does. Wait, you guys don't call the operator to connect you to your call? You have to call someone to connect your call? Why? Neither have I seen one in real life. Okay, so it's not just me. Hi, Chiaki. Hello. Hi, hi. I haven't seen a rotary phone since the 90s, so that's fair. I think most of us learned it through games and media as well. Okay, good to know it's not just me. I'm fine with that answer, since the only ones I've seen were in games and a Fisher Price toy. Holocure has a ton of different game modes. I think there's even a Jump King mode. Wait, really? I think I've only seen gameplay of it back on its early stages, so I think it didn't have as many game modes back then. Thank God we're not ready for the retirement home just yet. You thought it was only a thing in movies? You never visited a pawn shop? No, we never really visited a pawn shop, so no, I didn't think they were like a real thing. For the longest time, I thought it was just a thing in movies and games. So I was like, wait, they're real? Back in the day, phones didn't have numbers. You just had to pick it up and ask a person to connect you to the actual phone you wanted to call. That sounds like a pain. Oh, God. There used to be a whole job market of people connecting people on call before Google existed. That's crazy. An operator was required many years ago. Operator, connect me to... Insert person's name here. Okay, Zoomer. Back in my early days, operators would connect you to the person you wanted to call. Haven't seen or used a rotary phone in decades. Holocure has a Jump King mode, and they trick people into playing it by having a sign or something that says cute girl ahead. Wait, really? The closest thing to a pawn shop I've ever stepped in was a GameStop. Okay, calling a GameStop a pawn shop is crazy though. Yeah, that's why that phrase exists. Oh, I thought it was just a movie thing. I thought it was a movie thing. Am I wrong though? I mean, no. Have you ever touched the giant yellow tomes with all the numbers? Okay, those I have seen them. Because we did keep one of those at home before. So I have seen those before. Speaking of being a pain, calling people with old phones back in the day, did it cost a fortune? Especially if it was calls outside the country. No freak international calling. It's wild to me phone operators were an actual job. That's crazy. Switchboard into party lines for entire roads. What about payphones? Have you ever had to use a payphone before? I never used a payphone before, so if I had to use one, I probably wouldn't know how to use it. Like, I've seen them outside. Like, there's still, like, some payphones around, but I've never actually used one before. If it's any different from using a regular phone, then, yeah, I don't know. Modern GameStops feel more like a pawn shop than a game store. Back before my time, a phone booth had you pay on the clock, meaning limited time to chat before chucking another coin. Interesting. My ocean really is a zoomer. Payphones are simple, you just need extra coins. If you had to talk to a phone operator, would they mistake your accent to be Asian American? Oh god, not the Asian American. I'm not even Asian American. I don't know where they got that from. I don't even know where they got that from. Because I found, like, that website that, like, can identify your accent. It couldn't identify mine. And then I started having, like, a mini crisis. I say that as a joke, though. But I started having, like... I started questioning everything. And I was like, what? What do you mean? Payphones are the ones you insert quarters into. Oh. Payphone is what people use, because using your phone besides anything than just receiving calls costs too much. Some payphone booths might have doctors who win them. Oh, like the ones in the UK. Okay, I tried it too and got Chinese and Korean for some reason. I'm neither Chinese nor Korean. But at least you did get, like, the... I guess American. You're clearly Asian. I'm not! That dude was so funny since I said Toffee did it too and hers is able to work and then yours is American all the way. I know. I did it twice. And then it still said American as the highest. But then it started, like... the percentage of Asians started going higher and I was like, what? I was like, what does this mean? Oh god, have you ever used international calling cards? You would buy a card that you redeem on phone to speak international? Wait, that's a thing? I've never heard of that being a thing. It just goes to show how good your English pronunciation is. I've said it before, but if you didn't tell me you were ESL, I would have literally never guessed. People say that apparently you can tell if someone is ESL based on the word, what was it, literally? See, we all knew Chiaki was secretly a Southerner. You're Asian American in my heart, but I'm not. The accuracy is not the best. I have no clue why Asian's so high. The thing is, I even had Katsubro do it. I showed him the results, and I was just like, is my accent weird? I started questioning everything. I was like, is my Spanish accent weird? And he's like, you don't sound weird, but I might be biased because I listen to your voice daily. And I'm like... And then I had him do it. And he did get Spanish as the top one. And I'm like... What does this mean? It just means your English is just too good. Thus, I can't even tell your main language is Spanish. To be fair, it came as a surprise when you told us your main language was Spanish. Valley Girl Chiaki would definitely get 100% American. I'm just too old. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did he get Spanish? He did. Your USA passport is already in the mail. I don't think yours is weird either. So it's really funny. It thinks yours is super American. So I'm like... Maybe it's because your voice has a high pitch. Is it that? Is it that? I don't know. I don't know what it uses to identify. But, like... I don't know, man. Because I even had Katsubro, like, do like, the test. Because I was like, oh, maybe it's just really bad at identifying Spanish or something. But no, he did get Spanish. I'm like... What does this mean? You need to start rolling your R's to get that Spanish out more. I roll my R's, though. I think the software's just not very good and it's gaslighting you. I'm getting gaslit. I'm getting gaslit. I wonder how they even determine American anyways. Like, do they mean Cali, the South, Midwest? I know, because even in America, there's different accents. I think it uses AI, so it'd be funny if it just hallucinated your results. Oh, God. Your English is good. I can't tell from which country you're from. Might be. You did mention before that female voices in Spanish were always deeper. They do tend to be deeper. For whatever reason. Honestly, the only reason I would guess ESL is I can't place your accent. Yeah, apparently a lot of people can't either. Because even when I speak Spanish, people ask me, oh, is Spanish your second language? I'm like, ah, fine. I guess. R con cigarro. R, cigarro. Like, I can say it. It really doesn't seem like it's just gaslighting you. I'm getting gaslit. I'm getting gaslit. Maybe it's your accent, although from hearing you talk the first time in your debut, I did have the suspicion you were Spanish, but wasn't completely sure. You're like the first person that has ever said that. Yes, that's why I don't trust it at all, since they don't have like 20 different US accents. Yeah, maybe. Maybe so. I don't know. But I'm like... I got an identity crisis, man. I'm like, what does this mean? Have I been lied to this entire time? If I could get my cowboy accent, what site is it? Let me get the link for it. It's actually evil. Asking a Spanish speaker if it's their first language is messed up. I did actually had that before. When I had to do... It was some documentation. And the lady asked me like, oh, do you speak another language? And I was like, oh, I mean, I speak English. And she was like, oh, it's because your Spanish sounds like a bit weird. And I'm like... I'm like, guess I'll just cry. And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, what do they mean? It's okay, boss. You can join us as an honorary Burgerland citizen. It's fine. You get used to it, I think. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't feel like my Spanish is weird. I think. I think. I would like to believe. I don't even know at this point. I was so evil. Yeah, I kind of just stood there. I didn't know what to say. I was like, oh, okay. Okay. Oh god, Spanish second language. She even dreams in English. I mean, I speak Spanish with like family and stuff, so... You can always use the card. It sounds normal to me. I mean, it sounds normal to me. I guess it's because my accent is not very prominent. I don't know. I don't know what it is. And I don't know, it made me sad. It made me a little bit sad. I was like, do I just sound generic? I don't know. Like, I don't feel like I have an accent like other people do. And I feel like accents at least make your voice like more distinctive. But I feel my voice is pretty neutral. To be fair, the reason probably is because you have been speaking English every day for 2 years, so your Spanish accent got a bit funky. But I do speak Spanish every day, though. As well. Like, I speak both languages every day. In a way. So... It's probably just you've been speaking English so long, your Spanish accent just isn't strong. Man. For the people with good ears, what accent would Chiaki's English be placed? I mean... Even people have told me they can't really place what my accent is supposed to be. And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, ... Honestly, I don't know, since yeah, you speak Spanish just as much, if not more than you speak English every day. Yeah, soda, pop, or Coke. What about it? I don't drink any soda or pop or Coke, I guess. They're all just the same thing. I mean, different words for soda. But yeah, I don't know. Thank you for the tip. The neutral part, I can see it. Main reason why I couldn't pick any accent from you for the past 2 years. I don't know, it just looks very neutral. ¿Cómo puedes decir eso cuando tu español es verdaderamente... ¿Español? ¿En serio, tía, que tienes una tan linda... I think like the sentence order is throwing me off a little bit. Tienes una linda voz y acento en español que es súper dulce. No puedo creer que pensara que tu primer idioma es inglés. You say they're the same thing, but wars have been fought over soda, pop, or Coke. Really? I mean, they're the same thing. It's just different words for the same thing. But thank you for the tip, Blade. Thank you. Southern California English accent is what I hear from Chiaki, not Valley Girl, because that's where I live, and you sound similar to others here. To be fair, I think I mentioned this before. I think it was in a different Zatsu. I don't know. I feel like I mentioned a lot of things before, so I don't remember exactly when I mentioned them. But I do remember before in school, I think this was in middle school, that someone said that I sounded like a Cali white girl when I spoke English, and I don't know why that stuck to me so much, and I became very self-conscious. They were like, you sound like a Cali white girl, and I'm like, what does this mean? Calling every soda Coke is like calling every console a Nintendo. I was like, I remember when you told us this, yeah. And I was shell-shocked. I didn't know what to say. Oh, no. I thought you were white too. That's the easy US regional check. Coke is Southern, soda's Northeast, and West Coast pop is Midwest Western. Ah, well, I'm not American, so... You do sound pretty convincingly American. I do remember this, and that's one of the most wild things I've ever heard. Her entire world destroyed in a single sentence. Oh god, I remember you saying it. I always thought it, but never said anything, so you're also someone that thought the same. Oh man, that's crazy. That's crazy. Have a Southwest American English accent, from what I can tell. But it's not though. I messed up with my sentences, and Spanish is my main language. But I was saying is that your Spanish is super girly and pretty Spanish. I guess you meant to say that it sounds fluent. It's so strange to me when that other said that to you. I don't know. Oh god, I'm Blue Cat. Yes, I am Blue Cat. Calling soda Coke like Coke is already a flavor. How you say it? Apple Coke. I mean, we are both largely affected. When you're born, largely affects your accent throughout life. Well, I was not born in America, nor I have American parents, so... Yeah. So that's kind of the thing. She pondered about it for many days after that. I remember someone told me it sounded very American, even though Chinese is my first language. That must have been very confusing, huh? Your Spanish is pretty Spanish. I do agree, Chiaki. Your Spanish is so fluent. I can tell you've been practicing it lately. Stop it! Oh god, she's not exactly American. I'm not. None of my... Well, I do have relatives that technically are, but still, like, my immediate family is not. Is what I mean to say. Takuma Sato is Japanese and he sounds British. I mean, does he speak English? Yeah, I guess I meant fluent, but like your accent, it sounds like normal Spanish to me. So you'll be able to even do collabs in Spanish. I remember on debut your accent was very noticeable, but now I can't hear it at all. I think it was nervousness, honestly. I think because of nervousness, I guess I kind of slipped more into it, I guess? I don't know. I don't know, because not even in English do I feel like it's very prominent. At least it's not the Duolingo congratulations on Spanish. That'll be rough. Spanish Duolingo stream, never. Never. I think it depends on the country that people learn US English or British English. Yeah, I think when you get nervous, it's a lot more prominent. Makes sense, I guess. Makes sense. He's Japanese, as in from Japan, not just ethnically Japanese. I see. Well, I don't really know who he is or how he really sounds like, so I can't really have an opinion, I suppose. Can't really have an opinion because I don't really know what he sounds like, so... But, yeah. I don't know. I've always liked hearing people's accents, but... Since I don't feel like I have one, it's like... I don't know. It always kind of made me a bit upset. I was like, I want to have an accent, because I think accents are charming. So I'm like, but I don't have one. Speaking of Spanish collabs, still waiting for the fateful day we get the only Spanish Chiaki stream. I mean, the problem is, like, I would feel bad, like, alienating people that don't speak Spanish, though. Least threatening Duolingo class. You know, the classic everybody but me has an accent. I mean... Yeah, I don't feel like I have one, and people tell me that they don't. I spent most of my early life trying to get rid of my southern accent, really. I do feel that. I do feel that so much. There's so many really iconic American accents, and I got stuck with the worst one, Midwestern. I'm trying to think how does that sound like? Midwestern. I'm trying to think how that actually sounds like, but I'm like, I don't think I've heard it before. Exactly my point. No one remembers us. You need to get more media representation, I feel. What do you mean? You have an accent. Everybody has one. I really love your accent, both in English and Spanish. I can immediately tell it's your voice. I mean... Is it? I always like listening to my bilingual American boss! Oh my god. It's funny because I hate having an accent. So if you want to trade with me to sound like a cowboy instead, you can have mine. Pittsburgh, and thankfully I don't have the accent. What do people from Pittsburgh sound like? Love me accents. Been trying to learn Scottish accent for all the dwarves to work with characters in D&D. Accents are quite charming. Midwestern sort of like Southern, but a bit more relaxed. Midwesterners would even better marketing. I feel like you hear more like the Southern accent, or... I don't know what to call it other than California accent. I feel like those two are the ones that you hear the most for like the US. Midwestern has strange words. That's how I remember it. Midwestern is Canada light. I get told I have a Southern accent, but I'm from the Midwest, so I don't know how they get that. Upper Midwest gets more Canadian. I see. Midwestern's just one of the more hard ones to explain, since it's very distinct. Canadian with less maple syrup. Similar to Southern, but mixed with Canadian. I'm curious how that sounds like, because I'm trying to imagine it. Jersey and New York. Lots of Cali and Texan. Sometimes you get the Georgia peach accent. One thing I did like to do when you did a collab is closing my eyes and guess which part was my cute Oshi voice. And always guessed right. Do I have a distinctive voice? Most people know the Cali accent because of Hollywood. I mean, yeah. It's one of the accents that gets the most representation. I mean, Southern, I feel like it also gets represented a fair bit. But I'm trying to think... Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard Midwestern. Your voice is really distinctive, is it? I think you would find very interesting is the accents in Louisiana. How do they sound in Louisiana? I mean, if you were in a lineup, I would be able to tell it's you, but I might be biased. Your voice is very distinctive. The only Midwestern I know is the guy from the Technology Connections YouTube channel. I don't think that narrows it down. I'm like, who's that? I think you do personally. Your voice is clear, incredibly distinct, and I mean that in the best way possible. I mean, that's a good thing to know. Like, can you pick my voice out of a crowd? It's like, what's the name of that game? Where's Waldo? But with voices. It always catches me off guard on just how many dialects there are in America. A lot. Even when you do the group songs and other concerts, I can always pick it out, really. You have a distinctive voice. I really love your cute, pretty voice. I told you already how much I love your singing and covers. Luciana is like Gambit from X-Men. Who's that? Easy. 100% accuracy. I would even put 1,000 on the line. I would never mistake American, Chinese, Korean boss. Not like this. Oh, no. If you were in a crowd, it would be pretty easy to tell. Where's Waldo with voices sounds brutally hard, since I think I would only be able to do it with like 3 people's voices. Honestly, I feel like I would zone out. I would zone out if I had to if I had to listen to so many voices at the same time. I love how every reference to pinpoint an accent is just another reference that Chiaki doesn't know. Yeah. I feel I could pick your voice anywhere from a crowd, but if I did, I would have to prevent I do not, because Gambit is the guy with the cards. I need a picture. Gambit X-Men. Never mind, I don't know who this is. No clue who this is, no. I thought maybe a picture would help, but no. So many voices at the same time. I would actually go insane. I would go insane. As if Where's Waldo wasn't hard enough, now do it without visuals. Yeah, use your ears. You gotta listen. Upper Northeast gets a little French-Canadian bleed in. Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire. You won't know Gambit. I don't know. I don't know who that is. Also, Ohayo, Karakuta. Welcome, welcome. I guess he's too 90s coded. I've never seen this guy. I'm sorry. Too niche. The latest Deadpool movie with Chiaki. Definitely saw. Yeah. If you put on a voice changer, can we still recognize you? I mean, I don't really... Does the Go XLR have any? I mean, I don't think any of these are very aggressive, so... I honestly never use these on the Go XLR. I mean, you would recognize me because you're seeing me right now. You can twist the knobs and try. I'm afraid the volume is gonna be very off because I never mess with these. We gotta get Chiaki to play the Marvel Ultimate Alliance game so she can learn some characters since I know she won't watch the movies. I just don't watch the Marvel movies or the Capcom... Not Capcom. Capcom? No, wait. DC! I don't know why I thought Capcom. I don't watch the Marvel or the DC movie. Not Capcom. That's not what I meant. Marvel or DC. Capcom. That's not what I meant. Marvel or DC. That's what I meant to say. My two favorite comic book companies, Marvel and Capcom. I meant to say DC. Your brain was thinking Marvel versus Capcom. It was, yeah. I was thinking about the game Marvel versus Capcom, so I think that's why. That's why I was like, wait a minute. I mean, even if you aren't interested in the movies, there's pretty good games from DC like Batman or Marvel for Spider-Man games. Can't wait for the new Ace Attorney game starring Batman. The new crossover. I read Image Comics, forgot Marvel or DC. Marvel vs. Capcom would be a good starting point for you to learn about them. It's a fighting game though. I don't really play fighting games. Mega Man had his own comics. I think they ended though. You joke, but technically we have Capcom movies. Do we though? You joke, but Batman, bad at law would be really funny. I only recently learned that Marvel, Capcom, and DC were different things. I have always just pulled them into the superhero genre. Capcom does more than just superheroes, though. Speaking of Marvel vs. Capcom, I would love seeing you play the third game if it gets support. You got Phoenix Red as a fighter. Resident Evil is Capcom, right? And they have movies. I mean, yeah, but... Okay, it would be a good starting point if not for the fact it's not only a fighting game, it's an insanely combo-heavy one. Oh no. Oh no. It's one of those. It's one of those combo-heavy ones, yeah. One time I got shamed and asking, where's Superman when playing Marvel vs. Capcom with friends? So that's when I learned DC separate. Not you finding out that way. Should have just like Googled it on your phone without them noticing. Google on the phone. And then that way they won't know that you didn't know. Oh no. To be fair, I only watched a few of the movies because I had friends that actually, like, cared about watching the Marvel movies and the DC movies. So I would only really watch the movies when they wanted to watch the movies. You could mistakenly think Resident Evil games are superhero movies or games when you see how OP is Mr. Kennedy and Chris. I mean, not really, though. There's several infinite combos in MVC. It's not uncommon for you to just not lose one character, but all three from a combo chain. What? Instead of looking stupid, gotta always look things up first. Exactly. Yeah, I thought I committed a murder with a dead silence. No. That's crazy. Also, hi, Chestnut. Welcome, welcome. I remember that game. Phoenix had that absolute mad lad move where he just stares the opponent and takes the KO. Wait, that's a thing? Also, Penny! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Penny and Raiders. Hope you guys had a good stream. What were you guys up to? Friends wanting to see them is the only reason I ever watch Marvel movies. And then after Guardians of the Galaxy, I swore I would never watch another. Because it made me so mad. Was it that bad? I'm just joking. Chris and Leon have done stuff in the series that could be considered superhuman levels. I see. But yeah, for the people that don't know me, I'm Chiaki Katsumi, the powerful and tubular Maine Coon hacker. Currently just yapping. We were Pokopia-ing. It's so good to see you. Hi, Penny. Hope that Pokopia was fun. I've heard lots of good things about the game. Resident Evil talk. We're just talking about Marvel and DC. I still need to play Project X Zone 2 so that you can see Phoenix, Leon, and Chrom in the same game, making dumb quips at each other. That is a crazy crossover. It was totally fine until the ending, where they ruined the tension of the final battle with a random dance-off. What? You don't like your random dance-offs? Clearly, Leon is a superhero. He got his powers after being infected like 1,000 times. Oh, God. Crazy. How do you have a mask? Because I have a mask. Like that. Pokopia is so addicting. I've been binging it so much to the point I'm losing sleep. Oh no. That dance-up was fun. Speaking of Leon parrying stuff, have you seen any of the memes going around about Leon beating exponentially more powerful opponents? Because he just parries them in a QTE? I haven't seen them though. That's a cool mask. Thank you. The dance-off was a distraction. Okay, I like the movie. I don't think I watched the movie. What was it? It was Superman versus... I forgot the name of the movie. God, what was the name of that movie? Superman versus... I forgot who he fights. I watched that at the movie theater. Looking forward to seeing you at the collab tomorrow. Yeah! I won't be streaming my POV, but tomorrow we do have a collab over at Penny's channel. We're playing the Super Battle Golf. Batman vs Superman? Yes. That was the movie. I watched that in theaters, yes. I'm more than willing to admit my opinion on Guardians of the Galaxy isn't a popular one, but I stand by it. What time is the collab? I believe the collab... At least for me, I think it's at 11 AM for me. I believe if I did the time conversion correctly. I think it's 11 for me. Super Battle Golf is so fun. It's a very silly game. I still need to play the tutorial of it. I haven't gotten around to like play the tutorial. So I'm curious about this game. I'm looking forward to it. My condolences, Chiaki. You had to watch the Batman vs Superman movie. My siblings did, and they both were like, it's just unbearable. So excited, crazy golf? Yeah. It's pretty early in the day. Okay, good to know. I'll slack off on work. Yeah, it's early. It's early in the day. That'll be like 2 PM for me. Hopefully I can get off work early. Otherwise, I'll miss a bit of the start. But I'll be there for sure. I mean, I don't remember like hating the Batman vs Superman movie. But to be fair, I don't think I had much thoughts about it. Just because like I didn't really know much about the source material. Like I don't read the comics or anything. So I just saw it and was like, oh, okay. I think it was because Katsuber wanted to see it. I think it was because of him. And ironically, if I can't get off work, I'm hiding somewhere and watching. The movie exists and that's it. It was I don't remember like thinking anything about it. It was like, okay. I have a friend who really loves Batman and he refuses to acknowledge that movie's existence. Was it that bad? I don't remember it being that bad, but honestly, who knows? Maybe if I rewatch it, I change my mind. Jumping into Batman vs Superman is a wild one to start with, since it's really deep into the franchise at the time. Wait, it is? I think we just watched it because, you know, it was in the movie theater. And it was, you know, a superhero movie. It's not a terrible movie, just a bad one for both of those characters. Ah. It was huge levels of bad. The thing is, it doesn't respect any of the two characters. I think he said it's mostly some of the stuff going really against Batman's established character, since Batman has a no-killing rule, and that Batman straight up guns people down. Oh, so that's why. Them stopping their fight over both of their moms being called Martha's kind of a meme. I don't remember that. It kind of butchers both Superman and Batman as characters. Oh, then I can kind of see why people would be upset. To be fair, I don't have much of a frame of reference, so... To begin with, they established Batman as an addict for some reason. It ignores both characters and the whole Martha thing is so dumb. True, but there were some that Batman did have to kill in order to save humanity. Technically, the original Batman comics did have him gun down criminals. I see. Well, to be fair, you could say anything about it and I'll be like, yeah, that sounds right. Just because I don't really, like, know anything about the source material. It was Old Man Batman. After Robin died, so I didn't mind that version of Batman, but that was the worst movie in the series of movies. Was it that bad? Batman and Robin from the 90s, so we can see Mr. Freeze win. That's where Chiaki was right. Oh, not... Yeah, the whole Mr. Freeze thing. Hey, we say it's dumb, but if my arch nemesis tells me his or she's named Chiaki, we're signing a peace treaty the same day. The odd coincidence. Batman has a no-kill rule, but then put people in positions that kills them in 30 minutes if they are not taken down from the Batman traps. Modern Batman that was being portrayed didn't really kill people, so even if he has killed people, it doesn't really make sense for that one. You can play the Batman Arkham games if you want to learn about him. Are they faithful to the source material? I know people praise those games. Depends on the adaptation, but Batman has been generally a character that has a no-kill rule. I've seen the 60s Batman movie with the written sound effects in real life. Written sound effects? It would actually be kind of funny to watch the Mr. Freeze movie. I've heard the Batman Arkham games are really good and fun, even if you don't really have much interest in Batman. I was gonna say, since I don't really, like, have much of an interest in Batman. I mean, did he really kill them or they just died on their own in his traps? I mean, technically yes, because he put them in those traps. There's too much source material. That can be many games. They're really good and you would love them since you can punch. I get melee combat. Let's go. It was based on the 60s Batman show. It was very silly. The games are super peak. The Arkham games are stealth and beat 'em ups. Stealth, my old nemesis. We meet again. Watching the Mr. Freeze movie would be pretty fun. It's a good movie. Okay, so it is a good movie. The Batman Arkham games are so good that people copied the combat system. Did they copy the combat system that much? The more you know, the more you know. I think I've only seen a little bit of gameplay from the Batman games. Well, the Arkham games in particular. Batman's main thing is that he's super good at martial arts, so you would actually really like the combat. Arkham games are like Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed games with actual gameplay. Are you saying Assassin's Creed doesn't have gameplay? Batman movie watch-along would be great, but we have to have the Shrek watch-along first. We need it. After all the Shrek references, I feel like we do. It needs to be both Shrek 1 and 2. Those are the good ones. I mean, Shrek 3 is okay, but 1 and 2 are the pinnacle. The Batman game combat system is basically press button and Batman do thing. I mean, at that point, isn't that just any game? Press button and character do thing? Yes, 1 and 2. Yes, those are the good ones. The stealth section is only a few. It's only because you have to deal with the gun guys, because they kill you fast if they spot you. Honestly, the stealth gaming is on par with Splinter Cell stealth gaming. Never played Splinter Cell, so I don't know what that is like. We do need the Shrek watch along, but we also need to have the Iron Lung watch along. I don't think at the moment, I don't think there's an easy way to watch Iron Lung. Because I think it's only on like select movie theaters. Modern Assassin's Creed might as well not have any gameplay. Really? Hey, not the last Guardian. You press a button and Bird and Dog will refuse to do thing. I did watch like a compilation of someone going through that game. And while I do think it was funny, I also kind of like empathize that if I was in their place, I feel I would also get frustrated. I fear how Shrek 5 is going to be. I don't want to think about Shrek 5. I feel Batman Arkham has the good type of stealth. Sadly, no, it's not in streaming right now, so we have to wait for Iron Lung. Man. They redesigned Shrek for the upcoming Shrek 5. They didn't really redesign him. Shrek just looks older. I mean, it's been 5 movies, man. You can't expect him to look the same. Watch Iron Lung so we can see Markiplier sweat in 4K. It's not in movie theaters over here. Last Guardian really was such a mess with its AI. Modern Assassin's Creed is almost recommended to play at highest difficulty because otherwise the AI is so non-existent it might not exist. The movie's out? Iron Lung? Yeah, it's been out. But I think it's only in like certain movie theaters. But I believe it's already out. That reminds me, I can't wait to see you play Shadow of the Colossus. You're gonna love it. I have the game. It's been sitting on my shelf, but I'm like... It's been a couple of months already. We could always play the Iron Lung game with the Markiplier voice mod. Not the Markiplier voice mod. Iron Lung still hasn't released in sub-services. No. It's only in a few movie theaters, so... We're kind of just waiting on that. Because right now there isn't really an easy way to see the movie. I mean, maybe I should play the game before I watch the movie, but... I don't know. I've heard most modern Assassin's Creeds are insanely grindy to incentivize people to buy XP boosts just to beat the game. Ew, what? Which is doubly infuriating because you gotta pay for the game. So you buy the game, and then you have to buy, like, XP boosts? What? Out of all games out there, I would have never expected that game specifically to get a movie. Yeah, it's odd, yeah. Iron Lung game, the submarine game? Yeah. I think the game is first person, but it's short, so it should be fine. The game is short. And skins and weapons too. If you want to play the game, just do it. I don't think it's long. You can watch the movie later when it releases. You don't really need to play the game, to be honest. There's almost zero lore that isn't explained in the movie as well, from my understanding. Do they actually explain everything in the movie? I mean, it's like a, what, 1 hour game? So, it makes me wonder if there really is that much lore in the game that can't be explained in the movie. Poppy Playtime and consoles? Oh, I've never played Poppy Playtime. I've watched enough people go through the games that I can kinda have a general gist. I know I watched someone, recently, like, just binged the games. Like, up till chapter... what was it, 5? Technically first person, but there isn't much moving around. The movie has more lore than the game. Crazy. Game is first person, you're trapped in a submarine that is near pitch black except for the red lights. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that would really... I mean, it's short, so maybe it might not be that bad, but... The Iron Lung is pretty brown, so it might get you dizzy. Like the convenience store game? Oh yeah, the convenience store game, it was pretty bad. The game literally just has you take pictures for 20 minutes and you die. Really? Modern Assassin's Creed's pretty bad. The gameplay is incredibly repetitive and there's tons of inconvenient game designs to incentivize buying shop level boosts. What? Man. It has an incredible concept. Poppy playtime is streamer reaction bait and I'll die on this hill. You see Markiplier crashing out from the ending of Poppy Chapter 5? I did, yeah. I remember seeing the clips of him crashing out over it, and I was just like, I don't know the context of this game, but I guess it was really that bad, huh? Typical mascot horror. I heard later chapters are kind of meh. Yeah, I've kind of heard about it. The Assassin's Creed games, or we haven't played an assassin in how many games? It's an hour, it might be fine, but at the same time the colors might mess you up. Yeah, that's kind of like my main concern, because I've seen images of the game, and I'm like, the movie is about the lore in the game, but the game is viewed in a third-person perspective instead of living the actual story. For the game concept itself, it's that apocalypse happened, there's Planet of Blood Ocean, which you travel with an old picture camera. Ah yes, due to your optical condition, seeing an ocean of blood in first person is not a good idea. Yeah, I mean, it's not like blood triggers it in particular, no. Oh yeah, Iron Lung is also descending into the depths of water, I think, so might give you bad motion sickness, but hopefully not if you decide to play it. His rant was so passionate that even someone who has no understanding of the games, I was right behind him. Yeah. I saw it. He said something about like not playing any future chapters because it was just that disappointing. When going through slide 3, because I'm planning to start it soon, would you like me to tell you if it has many first-person sections? I mean, it would be nice to know, but I don't know. I'm also kind of like thinking. I've been kind of like thinking if I would even stream slide 3, honestly. I'm still debating it. Nothing is set in stone yet, but I've been kind of like thinking about it. If I, because I do want to play it, but I don't know if I will stream it. I'm still thinking about it. I heard the Poppy Playtime devs immediately made an emergency post retconning the lore purely because of his rant. No way. Yeah, he said he wasn't going to play anymore since he hated how they handle everything. Yeah, I remember. You plan on playing Slide 3. It didn't seem like you even enjoy Slide 2 very much, so I wouldn't blame you for not continuing with the franchise. Honestly... I will probably play 3, but I might not stream 3. I'm honestly still, like, thinking about it, honestly. Like, I did have points that I liked it, but there were also, I guess, downs that I was like, I wasn't fully feeling it, but... I don't know. I'll see. I'll see what I decide at the end of the day, but... At the moment, it's kind of leading towards... not streaming Slide 3. So... I don't know. I'll see. If you decide to play Slide 3, then we'll watch you. But also don't force yourself if you don't want to stream it. We know you weren't fully feeling it, like you said. Yeah... I wasn't fully feeling it, so... I wouldn't blame you for doing it off stream, since there were definitely things about it I could tell you didn't enjoy about streaming it. Yeah... Just don't feel bad if you don't feel like streaming it. There's nothing wrong with not enjoying a game just because others like it. Everyone has their own taste in games after all. Yeah, that's essentially, I guess, what it boils down to. Like, there were aspects of the game that I did enjoy, but there's also... I guess things that I feel... I might not have enjoyed as much streaming the game. Plus, if there's any other first-person sections, you can take it at your own pace and not worry about us being worried. That's also another thing, yeah. Like, the first-person sections. Since I'm streaming, I also kind of like... I don't like worrying people whenever I do get dizzy about those sorts of things, so... Yeah. There were, like, a couple of things that... kind of made me reconsider. I mean, I wasn't gonna abandon the game when I was that close to the end anyway. So I kind of just like essentially did 2 endurance streams to finish it. So if there's any other first-person sections, you can take it at your own pace. Yeah, don't feel bad about not streaming it. The Sly 2 style gameplay isn't for everyone. No, the person should enjoy and hate the things or they are wrong. Satire. And I know the backseaters are pretty bad too, and I'm sure that gets really frustrating really fast. Yeah, it's like... a part of it, it's like, I feel like I can't learn things at my own pace, and it feels like I have to constantly be... like that. Kind of had to be learning things on the fly. Because... people are constantly, like, mentioning it. I know people said they like Sly 2 more, but honestly, I feel like I had more fun with Sly 1. Not gonna lie. And I did too. Pretty much in a rush, in a sense. Yeah, essentially. I have to be rushing through everything. Because then, essentially, people start calling out, oh, you're still here or whatever. And it's like, yeah, I kind of just want to be able to, like, go at things at my own pace. And it kind of felt like that, especially in Sly 2. Also, do whatever makes the cat hacker the happiest. Also, personally, I really wish you didn't have to deal with something like the tank again. But remember, it's just that we care about you. I definitely say Sly 1's final boss fight was so much better than Sly 2's. Oh, yeah. I think I prefer the boss fight in 1 than 2's as well. Pretty much rush, yeah. Games like this are meant to be enjoyed as on your run. Can be really rough on live. I mean... yeah, I feel like certain games just kind of make people like want you to rush so you get to their favorite part, I guess. Yeah, it's actually why I wonder why people wanted to see you play retro games more. And I feel like the backseat gets really bad during them, sadly. It's certain games in particular, I feel. The people who make that dub, I did X and Y and you're still here? Yeah. Yeah, it happens way too much, and at some point... I did consider locking the chat to subscriber only at one point. But I was like... I considered it because it was getting to a point where it was just like... oh god. Like, people don't seem to understand. I'll say though, some of those crazy skips you did at the end of Sly 2 were insane. I was essentially trying to get my brain to, like, learn things on the fly. Like, I played a couple platformers, but obviously not every platformer is the same. So there's certain physics to different platformers that are different. So... but yeah... don't feel bad about it. The chat is getting bad, boss. More than anything, we want you to feel comfortable when you stream. Yeah, like, I try to not, like, get it to, I guess, affect me as much. But also, it makes it hard to be able to properly interact with chat as well. Because, yeah, I skip the comments and, like, mods delete them. But it also kind of puts that awkward atmosphere, if that makes sense. So, that's kind of like the thing. The final skip where you skip basically the entire last segment of the final boss was legit mind-blowing. Yeah, the flying, apparently, I didn't expect that to work, honestly. I didn't think it was gonna skip that far. So I was like, oh, interesting. If it ever did get too bad, then switching it to sub or even member only is a valid option. Don't feel bad if you ever had to do it or ban people either. We definitely get it. Yeah, it's like... were people backseat while playing Sly 2? Yeah, it got pretty bad. Honestly, it happened on both Sly games, but I felt it was more prominent in 2 in particular. Like, both of them kind of had issues with backseaters, but I felt like 2 was way more prominent, that it was just, you know... it was a bit... I remember there being backseats for Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. The Goombella copycats. Thousand Year Door had a fair share too. Cooper's also such a popular title, it'll invite people outside the usual crowd. We can't really control them all. I mean, yeah. Like, that's natural, but... What I mean is even if I ignore them, it kind of makes interacting with chat awkward. You know what I mean? Backseaters are the worst. Also, in the next level, you beat the boss by winning! Who would have thunk? Oh, but thank you for the tip, Diva. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it can definitely make the chat interactions feel worse if you have to be constantly skipping over comments. Yeah, like, the big thing for me is essentially having to be doing that all the time. Because I have to be constantly skipping over comments because, you know, it happens at a decent pace. Like, it's not just one person, it's at least a good amount that I have to be constantly skipping over comments because of that. That skip was speak. No joke, you actually blew my mind with that one. My jaw was on the floor. I'm not sure where it is with certain games. It's like a bunch of fans drop in at the same time and immediately start backseating. Yeah, like, even... Because I'm a fan of certain games too, but I would much rather, like, see people solve things their own way than me just telling them how to do it. Even when I've, like, watched someone, like, play a game right next to me. I was watching a friend of mine play the remake of Resident Evil. And I remember some of the puzzles are similar to the OG, and I had already gotten through some of those. So I was watching her play, and I was just watching her, and she was like confused, and I was like, "Do you want me to tell you?" Like, I can tell you if you want me to, but I'm not gonna say anything if you don't want me to. Like, at some point, she did tell me to just tell her what it was. And then, that's how I told her. That's how you beat that boss? No, that was after the stream. That was after I beat Resident Evil. That was already after I beat it. It wasn't, like, while I was streaming it. I watched her, like, not replay. I watched her play the remake after I had already beaten the OG on stream. Yeah, 2 was definitely way worse. Even Resident Evil 1 wasn't as bad, and Re 1 was rough at times with how many backseaters there were. Yeah, Re 1, it was mostly people hinting at, like, story beats, which I was like... like, I feel like I am already, like, relatively good at, like, predicting story beats, but people, like, posting certain things just kind of made it even more obvious. I was like, oh, okay. You kind of just confirmed it. Yeah, your gameplay is special because it's how you play it, not following people's walkthroughs. I get you. Even if you ignore backseaters, just seeing a bunch of comments deleted that you have to gloss over is a real drag. Yeah. You'll be so focused in a section that you're forced to stop playing to delete the comments. I could tell it was getting really bad at times since you were having to not just skip the backseat, but just giant parts of chat so you could ignore it. Yeah, that's kind of like the thing. It's like the fact that I essentially have to, like, not either not look at chat, and that kind of, like, affects everybody, which I don't feel it's fair. Or, you know, just be skipping, like, bits of chat constantly. I remember the whole backseat situation with Expedition 33 that really made a lot of streamers not wanting to continue playing it. I remember hearing about it a fair bit. You know, I'm backseating. I don't blame you if you don't want to stream it. Do what you must. Best hacker and make you smile. But something I'd like to tell you is that I'm proud of you trying something new, and nothing that's they said will change that. Aw, thank you. Thank you so much for the tip, Play. Thank you, thank you. Some people are impatient and are want to help. Probably best to just politely tell them to not backseat. And if they keep not listening, then mute or throw them out. I mean, I've mentioned them. I've mentioned it before. Other people, it's more like not even backseating, it's just straight up insulting. The best part of seeing someone play a game is watching them figure out how to overcome all the challenges in their own unique way. That's what makes their playthrough special. Yeah, essentially. I get backseating to a certain degree to want to help sometimes. For whatever reason, certain people just get really rude about it. Yeah, that's the main thing. Spoilers and backseaters are the worst. Yeah, Resident Evil 1 is really annoying about it since it wasn't even backseating, it was spoiling too. Yeah, it was spoilers on Resident Evil 1, like making very like obvious implications that I was just like, well, you kind of just confirmed. You don't play games I know enough to even backseat for. Different streamers have different attitudes and tolerances to backseating, so it's not strange for new viewers to deal it. I guess so, yeah. But also kind of having to, like, I guess explain it, like, every single, like, time. It's also kind of, like, not the best either. Also, Pims, thank you so much for being a member of Nylina for 10 months. Thank you, thank you. Hi, Chiaki. Hello. Actually, the story is so weird to me. Like, that defeats the entire purpose of watching someone experience the story. Yeah, just skipping over them might make them not get the problem and keep doing it because they assume you didn't see. I mean, that's the thing, though. Calling out doesn't help either. Because I've done it before, and it doesn't really help, and it makes things awkward. So, there's also that, too. Has Chiaki already eaten? Yeah, I had food earlier. Vaccinating is so weird to me because, yeah, it's more fun to watch different thought processes and experiences. I don't help people play games, even when they ask. Devious behavior. That's fair, but it does get frustrating having to constantly remind every newcomer, hey, no backseating, please, because it should just be basic decency. Yeah, that's kind of like the main thing for me. Yeah, that's the main thing. It's not the backseating itself, it's just how rude people are being with comments about like, oh yeah, you're still here, or no, you have to do it this way. Yeah. Yeah. Essentially, yeah. Like, it's the whole like, oh, you're still here? Like, I beat this in like 5 minutes. I'm like... Good? Like, I don't know what they want me to tell them. It really reaches the point that maybe the best option would be just blocking or leave the series as members. Even Resident Evil 1, you beat, learned, and adapt quickly. It's more entertaining to watch people solve stuff on their own rather than some random telling them how to solve it. Some people put a warning in a pinned comment if a specific game attracts many new viewers. I guess that could work. I mean, I haven't really tried putting that before, but I guess it could be an option. At this point. Spoiler, the cake is a lie. How could you? But thank you so much for being a member for 3 months, team. Thank you, thank you. Some people put a warning. I know one of those people, in their mind, they honestly just want to help, and it does not exactly translate well to the gameplay. I feel like there's also the way that you say it. Being rude is a no-go either way, of course. Yeah, one thing is like trying to help, and others is just being straight up rude. You know what I mean? Like, I get the trying to help. It's more like the rude approach of like, oh, you're still here? I beat this in like 5 minutes. Why are you still here? This part is so easy. Why haven't you beaten it yet? Like, that sort of thing. I do appreciate when chat collectively goes no helpers. Brings a tear to my eye every time. Go back, you missed a magnum. Chiaki, to your right, there's a zombie. Even with the reminders, people sometimes don't even listen. Say it ain't so. I think comments don't really work if they ignore Chiaki saying it out loud. They'll ignore the comment too. Some people don't read the pin though. I might have to put it on screen side. I know someone tried that and it still didn't help. That's kind of like the thing. Like, I know someone who tried like putting a sign on screen and it still didn't work. There's a massive difference between trying to help and being a complete jerk. Yeah. People don't read. Yeah, some people won't read the pinned message either. What makes me mad the most, everyone just claims stuff like, oh, I beat the game X time. Oh, you're still here. But I can tell they're lying. Nobody knew stuff immediately when playing. I feel like it comes from a place of like, I feel people forget how they were the first time they played a game. You know? Like, not everyone beat everything first try. Like, yeah, maybe you played the game and got lucky the first time and you beat, like, a bunch of levels easily. Good, but not everyone did it that way. Assuming people who are dumb enough to be rude, backseating online are smart enough to read. Having it on screen does nothing too if they're going to be rude. It doesn't matter what warnings you give. Yeah, that's kind of like why I've still been kinda debating whether I will stream Sly 3 or not. Just because, like, the biggest thing for me is having to constantly skip over chat. Because I love interacting with you guys. So it kind of like bothers me having to essentially be like, you know what? I can't read chat right now. I'm kind of just gonna have to focus on the game. Because if I wanted to just focus on the game, then I would just play on my own time. You know what I mean? Absolutely. People forget their struggles to reach the point. You can beat games? Why did no one tell me this? And then hold on to the memory, especially with old titles. Yeah. People who read the wiki and are sharing that it's the worst. Just spoil the wiki. Yeah, everyone's gaming experience is going to be different, so it's wild to me to see you do it this way, do it that way. I agree. I feel people forget everyone's different. Everyone's different playstyles, and if they're set to police people how to play, why not play the game themselves? But Chiaki, you do need to focus on games. You can't allow us to letting you die because of our yapping. I mean, I focus on the game. Like I said, don't feel bad about playing it on your free time if you prefer. More than anything, we want to see you having fun when you stream, and sometimes the backseaters make that impossible. Yeah, I mean, I feel like sometimes it's kind of just... You know, it makes it hard, mostly because that means I have to neglect chat due to, like, it reaching a point that I'm just skipping so much of, like, chat that I essentially have to be skipping over a good amount of chat, and it feels unfair to you guys. It doesn't feel nice to do it, but same. I love getting to read the chat interacts, so seeing you had to skip over things is really sad. I unironically stopped chatting at points since I knew it was getting bad. That's also like another thing that worries me, that essentially people that chat would kind of see like how bad it gets and they don't want to talk, you know? If you can't play Sly Cooper, how about a 10-hour Bubsy marathon? Never! I already beat Bubsy 1 and 2. That should be enough for you. Thank you for the tip, D-Bubs. Thank you, thank you. He says that like I don't take pride in the number of times I got and Chiaki killed in platformers because he was reading my comments. Unbelievable. So yeah, I was the exact opposite. If I see that chat is rough, I try to talk more so you have at least something nice to read instead of rude comments. That's fair. That's totally fair. But Chiaki, Bubsy 3. I'm not playing Bubsy 3D. That's gonna get me sick due to the camera. You play Bubsy 1 and 2, my condolences. I played Bubsy 1 and 2 early on my debut, when I was still back in Pixel. So, I don't know why I thought that would be a good idea, but... For the longest time, people knew me as the one VTuber that, like, played Bubsy near her debut. And I'm like, is this gonna be my legacy? I normally lurk, but horrible backseaters make me in the chat just to make their messages disappear faster. I mean, that's a nice sentiment. I'm pretty sure lots of streamers appreciate that. Sometimes people also come across as rude without meaning it, when you're already stressed from the game. Not trying to excuse a few comments I saw in this live stream in particular, though. I mean... there's wording... There's way to say things as well. And a lot of the way people said things, they're just rude. It's not just a matter of like, oh, you just interpret it as rude. No, they're straight up rude. Bubsy and Jacuzzi milk is how I always remember Chiaki. Oh god. I'm the same. I think it's pretty noticeable when I try to just extra yap to change the conversation when people start to backseat. Honestly, I'm kind of thankful to Chiaki. She was my first live streamer and the one who brought me out of my lurkerdom. Now I can actually talk and chat. Oh my god. Jacuzzi milk? What? Oh god. The ancient scriptures. Oh god. The jacuzzi milk is a story of all time. Jacuzzi milk. Also Pentagon Elmo. Being the Bubsy streamer would be a questionable legacy. It is a legacy. I don't know if I really want to be proud of it, but... A lot of them more recently have just been rude rather than backseating. Yeah... Like, at least like the more recent instances, they kind of just come across more rude rather than just backseating. Half the time, backseaters don't even know what they're talking about. When I watch Elden Ring streams, I know Elden Ring back to front, and I wonder if a backseater has even played the game sometimes. In an alternate timeline, Chiaki became so well known for Bubsy, she became a bobcat. Guess you gotta retell the jacuzzi milk story. It's important in lore. Pentagon Elmo, excuse me, what? Oh god. Do I need to like bring up that story? That story from like what, 2 years ago at this point? The people who speak the loudest tend to know the least. That's what a lot of people say. I do remember when I was playing Kingdom Hearts 1. I remember my friend, because she watches me on occasion and I get very self-aware. Whenever she tells me that, like, oh, I watch you stream, and I'm like, why? I'm like, why? I get self-conscious when she tells me that she watched my stream. She told me like, oh, what did she say exactly? She was like, oh yeah, props to the people in chat, to some people in chat that just gave you incorrect information in Kingdom Hearts. I guess they were trying to like backseat and they just essentially said like incorrect information. I just didn't know because I never played the game, so I wouldn't know. And she was just like, oh yeah, props to like some of your chatters that just kind of give you incorrect information in Kingdom Hearts. Whenever Kingdom Hearts 1 gets mentioned, I legit get PTSD flashbacks to you one-shotting the Riku boss fight. The power of throwing the Keyblade is an amazing power. I love throwing the Keyblade around. So it reminded me of that. It reminded that she essentially mentioned that. We need to recap all the important Chiaki lore to the newcomers. It's important lore. I definitely remember the backseat in Kingdom Hearts 1 being really bad too, especially during the Maleficent fight. Was it Maleficent or was it Ursula? I think it was Ursula. Or was it the Maleficent? That's exactly it, yeah. I remember she told me that, and I was like, oh, well, I didn't know. It's good to throw keys, especially if it's a blade. Exactly. It gets you to a lot of places. Ursula was bad. The Ursula fight was a fight of all time. The that she kept doing. Okay, to be fair, I think I did spread Kingdom Hearts 1 misinformation, but I did that on purpose. Can't believe you would spread misinformation. Ursula's boss fight. Oh god, I still remember that. That boss fight was a nightmare. Ursula is on par with the Steelix. I mean, they're both pretty up there, I would say. The amount of misinformation in the Ursula pod was wild. It was pretty wild, yeah. Pretty crazy. Lying on the internet on purpose. I can't believe you would lie on the internet. Blue Yapper. Me? Never. Mega Man X had some annoying bosses with annoying voice lines. Me when I make up things on the internet. Me when I spread misinformation on the internet. I think Tarzan World was pretty awful with misinformation too. We wasted so much extra time because of how many people kept telling you the wrong place to go. The place was already a maze, and then like people just trying to tell me where to go just ended up making the entire world take longer. And like I already hated the Tarzan World. It's my least favorite world. I don't like Tarzan's world, and thank God it never came back. I remember we even looked up like the guy that was responsible for it. Like the one thing he did in Kingdom Hearts was get the Tarzan world included. And I'm just like, he became enemy number 1 for me. I don't even know who he is, but still. Tarzan was definitely bad. It's already the worst world by far, so trying to backseat it was insanely bad. It was already so bad already, and then telling you to go to the wrong place made it 10 times worse. Unless you were saving something for this stream during this live stream. Do you already say it or do you forget? Oh, I haven't mentioned that, no. I remember that you literally put him on a hit list. He was enemy number 1, man. Bro got hired to USC for one reason, and that was to get Tarzan in Kingdom Hearts 1 so he could make Chiaki suffer. All those years later, yes. When I finally played the game. I always hated the movie. I thought the movie was fine. I was never like a big Tarzan fan. Like, not even the movie. I thought that it was like, it's a fine movie. But I never really hated the movie. I like Tarzan and the bosses, but the 10th time I had to backtrack from the camp in the forest, I thought I had enough. The amount of backtracking in that level is insane. Absolutely insane. I was just like, this is just backtrack central. This is backtrack forest. This isn't Tarzan's forest. Tarzan was an okay movie. I like George of the Jungle more. You didn't like Tarzan? I mean, the music of Tarzan was nice, I guess. We still need to see you play Kingdom Hearts 2 sometime. It's easily my favorite in the entire series. If we play Kingdom Hearts 2, it's just gonna be the Lion King world. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna be running around in the Lion King world because Lion King is like my favorite movie. It's just me in the Lion King world. Everything else doesn't exist. remember a single song from Tarzan. I mean, there was like that one, like the montage one. I'm struggling to like remember the lyrics right now. Can't find what I wanted to do. Cancel my plans. Kingdom Hearts already has a ton of backtracking, and somehow Tarzan's World cranked it up to 13. Kingdom Hearts 2 is really the peakest entry. I've heard that apparently people say it's the best one. The cat who craves to be a lion. Yes. Son of Man. As soon as Lion King when? That game is evil. Literally, that game is evil incarnate. Why would you wish that upon someone? Tarzan had songs? Yeah. It did. Son of Man, yeah. What are the lyrics of this? I don't... These lyrics are not... Phil Collins. Phil Collins make like the music for Tarzan. I don't remember Son of Man, but I know he had like some other song. Can't even remember a single Tarzan song. Remember songs from Lion King sequel. I prefer Birth by Sleep personally, but Kingdom Hearts 2 is definitely one of the best ones. Cat in the big cat world. I am already a big cat. I remember the Hunter also had a feature song. Did he? I forgot what his name was. Clayton. I think it was Clayton or something. Oh god. I was gonna create a Katsura and Chiaki ship in Kingdom Hearts 1, but for gore. It's okay. The main reason why Tarzan songs were less remembered was because none of the main characters sang them. Like every other Disney movie tends to have main leads sing. Yeah, it was more like montage. Yeah, Clayton. Yeah, the way he died was brutal. It was, yeah. The power to be strong. I don't know. Son of Man, something, something. I don't remember the lyrics. I was gonna say, oh yeah, the music in Tarzan is so iconic. And then I'm like, I don't even remember the lyrics. Okay, maybe it's not as iconic as I thought it would be. Because I can't even remember how the song goes. I was like, wait, how does it sound like again? Such an iconic... Son of Man, something, something. Oh god, I'm struggling to remember it. I know there was like a montage. Wait, is this from the second movie? Because this is where he's Babu. No, wait. Tarzan? Tarzan... songs. You'll Be in My Heart, Two Worlds, Son of Man, and Strangers Like Me. Featured during Tarzan's learning montage. Son of Man, Two Worlds, the main theme. Two Worlds. What does Two Worlds sound like? I think Two Worlds is the one that I was thinking about, because that's the beginning of the movie. Raise your head up, lift high the load. No words can describe a mother's tears. No words can heal a broken heart. A dream is gone, but there's hope. Yes, I don't remember this. What even happens in Tarzan? Babu raised by gorillas. Second movie, he's Babu. It's a prequel. Yeah, kinda. My favorite Tarzan song. Watch out for the tree. Oh god, my favorite song from Tarzan was where he goes, "Be a man, you must be swift as a flowing river." That's not even Tarzan. You're reading the lyrics, but I don't believe this is a real song. It is. I just don't remember how it sounds like. A paradise untouched by man. Within this world, blessed with love. A simple life. They live in peace. Beneath the shelter of the trees, only love can enter here. A simple life. They live in peace. Again, I don't remember. Oh god, Son of Man makes me think of some demons from SMT, which call the protagonist Son of Man. I'm starting to think you're making this up. No, they do exist. I just don't remember. Was it supposed to be a rap? No, it's supposed to be a musical lullaby, according to Genius.com. ChatGPT sounding lyrics. This honestly sounds like you're trying to gaslight me to this being real. No, it is real. It is real. This song is called Two Worlds by Phil Collins and Mark Mancina. Apparently. material, Tarzan and Jungle Book series actually end on a really sad note. I think a lot of the source material that Disney adapted into movies is kind of sad or brutal. I'm pretty sure The Little Mermaid was also like... It ends pretty sad. Like the original. It sounds like you're doing slam poetry. Nuh-uh. Well, Phil Collins really fell off of that. I know the songs are real. They just sound so fake. I love Two Worlds. I don't know how Two Worlds sounds like. I don't remember it. I just remember that like... Na, 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 na. I don't think that's the right melody. I'm trying to remember the melody. Wait, how does it sound like again? I don't think that's the right melody either. I can't remember the melody of that song. The OG Little Mermaid, she fails and gets turned into an eel or something? Doesn't she turn into sea foam? I thought she turned into sea foam. The Book of Virgin Lands, Jungle Book, isn't actually sad. I think she becomes sea foam. Yeah, she becomes sea foam, I believe. And the Chris Anderson? Is that the name of the author? Chris Anderson. Wait, that's a British businessman. Oh wait, is it Little Mermaid? No, it is Chris Anderson with an E, not an O. Okay, I was kind of right. Yeah, Hans Christian Andersen. Close enough. I call him Chris, but it's Christian Andersen. I was like, it's something along those lines. Isn't Chris Anderson a recent person? The person who wrote it's a British businessman. I looked him up and I got a British businessman instead. British businessman by day, children's fables writer by night. Yeah, Hans Christian Andersen is the one who wrote The Little Mermaid. Like the original Little Mermaid. I was kind of close. I couldn't remember his name exactly. I knew it was like Chris something. So I was like, Christian something? But it was Christian Andersen. Andersen with an E, not an O. See, I was close enough. To be fair, a mathematician wrote Alice in Wonderland, so a businessman could also write a children's book. I guess so. I remember watching an anime based on one of his fairy tales called Snow Queen Before Frozen. All those old stories were brutal. I mean, yeah, all these old fables had like pretty dark endings. I'm pretty sure Red Riding Hood, also has a pretty like brutal ending. Little Red Riding Hood. This is a fairy tale by... Can't seem to find it. Who wrote it? I can't... Brothers Grimm's, yes. This is one of the Grimm ones. Grimm fairy tales. I was like, is this one of those? Does she get eaten by the wolf? I think so. I remember Little Red being really dark. Yeah. Like, Little Red was also... Little Red Riding Hood was pretty dark, too. They cut open the big bad wolf and fill his body with rocks so he sinks in the river. Speaking of older fairy tales, did you manage to catch up in Wolf Among Us to where we stopped? No, I'm probably gonna have to do that, tonight. Because we do have the stream. We do have the stream tomorrow. I mean, I can probably speed run through it since I already played chapter 1 and 2 on stream. We just need to essentially have chapter 3 available for tomorrow. Just play from the start. I mean, I am gonna have to play it from the start, but I don't want to play it from the start on stream, though. She gets eaten by the wolf, but she cuts her way out and stuffs him with stones or something. I thought the huntsman, like, cuts open the wolf, and that's how, like, she escapes. At least you won't have to worry about censoring chapter 2 while you're playing it off stream, I guess, so yeah. Oh, so you were chapter 3. Yeah, we did chapter 1 and 2 before. So next stream is chapter 3 from Wolf Among Us. But since my Steam copy decided to stop working, I bought it on the PSN store. Would be interesting seeing you speedrun it. Yeah, we got to chapter 3 and then it died. Yeah, I couldn't get it to open for some reason. It kept crashing. And I even tried it like days later and it just won't open anymore. I don't know why. The Telltale curse strikes again. Yup. It strikes again. Guess we're safe from using the chomp to cover stuff from chapter 2. You ever try the Steam copy again? Yeah, I tried it like a few days later after it didn't work on stream and it just didn't open it. Do you verify it? I did. I verified the files. I essentially also reinstalled it and everything, but yeah, nothing seemed to work. Yeah, I tried to verify the files as well. I tried like a bunch of different things, it just didn't work. It's still broken. Telltale really did find a way to always get a way to make you double dip. I know. Like what even? Not gonna lie, I'm really excited to get back to it. I was having a ton of fun watching you play the first 2 chapters. It was a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to like going back to The Wolf Among Us. I debated getting the Telltale games for the Steam Spring Sale, but then I remember the Telltale curse. Hopefully, if you do get them, if you do decide it doesn't happen to you. She tried everything pretty much, but Telltale engine sucks and didn't want to cooperate. I feel like it's better to just get them on console than just getting them on Steam, because they seem to be broken on Steam. I swear, next time you want to play some Telltale games, we'll be getting you the PS physical version. I need to know what happens to Big B. I need to know what happens. It's been a while. It reminds me, your manifesting powers might be working for Wolf Among Us, just not for a second game, but there's rumors of a PS5 port happening. Actually crazy. I'm kind of scared because I bought the Walking Dead collection. Do you buy the new one or do you buy the OG games? If you bought like the new collection, it should be fine. Because originally I bought like the OG ones that were separate, and those didn't work. The new one? Oh, I think the new one should be fine then. I played through the entirety of the new one, and the new one was okay. The OG ones, they don't work. I wouldn't recommend playing the OG ones. But would the wolf really be among us? Or would the Zatsu once again will be among us? No, it will be the wolf. The PC port of their games seem to be insanely jank at the best of times. Yeah. Didn't Telltale also went bankrupt? Yes and no. Like, yeah, they did went bankrupt, but I think they... like, most of their employees went to that other studio that made Dispatch. They better work on that port so it releases tomorrow. Like we said, every time you play a game, it manifests something. Somehow, some way. That's what happened to you, right? You bought the OG and then had to rebuy the collection because the OGs just broke. Essentially, yeah, that's what happened to me. Originally, I bought the OG to kind of like test if I was really gonna like stick with the rest of the games. And I couldn't even finish the first one before it broke. I couldn't finish the first one before it broke, and I had to essentially just buy the collection because that was the only other way to get the game. What would they even do for a PS5 port? I mean, make it more HD? Question mark? Will you be drawn to live? Maki does enjoy it. I'm definitely getting you the rest of the games. It's a franchise I really like, and I would like to see you play it. So far, Drawn to Life has been pretty fun. It's pretty charming. Telltale went bankrupt like twice and came back in the devs from before. It became the Dispatch creators. Oh, I see. They basically formed a Telltale 2. This Telltale Games company will be around forever. I can't wait for the next episode. I mean, Dispatch did pretty well. So who knows? Maybe if they can get the rights, they will finally make Wolf Among Us 2. Maybe. Who knows at this point? Wolf Among Us has been stuck in development for a while. The PS5 port will have microtransactions and a battle pass. That wouldn't even make any sense. I want to see you play the main Drawn to Life games because they're so different from the SpongeBob ones since it has crazy lore. Really? Telltale died, but right after a new Telltale was created, so it was as if nothing happened. Yeah, the game totally broke during the train chapter. I think when my bro played it on the PS3, the original episode released, it also crashed for him randomly. Getting a bit tired now, going for a nap now. Was fun yapping with you. Remember to stay tubular. Bye, Chiaki. Bye-bye, Railgun. Don't forget to stay tubular and have a good rest. We still need some more time to forget everything we drew and drawn to life. So it surprises us when we return. Can't forget my last minute masterpieces before the stream ended. The sun and the moon. Ooh. I did remember something you mentioned. Drawn to life feeling like Scribblenauts, which makes sense since it's the same devs and director. Even made the second Drawn to life at the same time as Scribblenauts. Oh, interesting. You think Hello Kitty games need Battle Pass? They do. Oh god. Drawn to Life was a fun game. Drawn to Life 2 on the DS made me sad and angry with how it ended. Man. Majora's Mask and Teletubbies will haunt me for life. The Majora's Mask moon. And the Teletubbies sun. The Gear Solid Snake and Octagon Mini Gear was peak cinema. The Teletubbies sun and moon from Majora's, never forget. I still can't believe when I was drawing the sun, some of you guys were able to predict what I was doing immediately. Like, I was drawing and then someone just said, like, are you drawing the Teletubbies sun? And I was like, am I that predictable? Oh my god. And Drawn to Life 2's ending is actually amazing and one of the craziest endings I've seen in any game. Really? Horrors beyond comprehension in my Chiaki stream. Every game is way better with a battle pass and a premium battle pass you can pay to skip. The fact so many people guessed it instantly, I know. I was like, how did they know? They may have been able to predict that, but no one was able to predict that. Whenever they told me to draw a gear, I drew Metal Gear. They told me to draw a Metal Gear, but they didn't expect the type of gear that I was gonna draw. I'll be honest, it was mostly how you worded it. Something you said just made me go, she's making something cursed like the Teletubbies, isn't she? I think it's because of how my eyes lit up. So I was like... And then like someone said like, you're thinking of drawing the Teletubbies sun, aren't you? And I'm like... No. I was like, no. What gave you that impression? I would never. No. I would never draw that. I don't know why you thought I would do that. The Drawn to Life games give the boss too much power. I was given too much power. See, that's what happens when I'm given too much power. I still can't believe the Teletubbies son has a kid. It's crazy to think about. Yeah, but without spoilers, only certain versions of Drawn to Life. Duality has story impact. Some of the story was removed for later releases. I've never seen the Teletubbies. You haven't even seen the sun? The Teletubbies sun? I just love how... How do you draw Metal Gear? You look directly at the camera as if you were in the office. I just look at the description and then like... It just looks directly at the camera. Metal Gears. Flashbacks to that one scene where Snake looks at the back of the truck and see a couple of metallic transmission gears. Sorry, boss. We can just tell what you're planning on doing something silly. No. Teletubbies had a very cursed episode when they were hunted by the lion. It was banned globally. Really? I haven't seen the sun. I don't know if you really haven't seen it or it's just an excuse for me to show it on stream. Didn't realize there were so many Drawn to Life games. I haven't even heard of the franchise until we put it on the schedule. I remember hearing about it, but I never really like played any of the games until I played the SpongeBob one. I think that stream was the first time I see Chiaki laughing that much. The realization was pretty crazy when I actually saw the sun changing. Like the Teletubby sun. The Majora's moon. Okay. I'm trying to see which one would be the most flattering picture. You know what? This picture works. It gets the point across. Yeah, I didn't know there were other Drawn to Life games. I only played the SpongeBob one. There's technically 5 Drawn to Life games in total. The OG, the Wii port. Avoid this. Wait, the Wii one is bad. SpongeBob. Drawn to Life next chapter in 2 realms. I haven't tried the newer Drawn to Life, but people said they suck, so I'm unsure what to think about them. The most flattering picture? Sun. Teletubbies. Yeah, you have to draw with a Wiimote. I thought it would be like, you know, more immersive to draw with a Wiimote. Is it like not that good to draw with a Wiimote? Imagine trying to draw with a Wiimote in one of the layers somehow. But my immersion. No, it's awful. Drawing with a Wiimote sounds fun though. I think the Wii port, it runs better and stuff, but it's one of the versions they changed the story. Goku's actress in Japan is a really old lady. I mean, considering how long Dragon Ball has been going on, that makes sense. You experienced Okami already. You know how much he's gonna start on it. Okay, fair enough. Do you remember how bad I was doing circles with a Joy-Con in Okami? Fair enough. Fair enough. I stand corrected, I guess. Oh, there it is. Teletubbies Sun. So tiny. Oh, I don't think it loaded properly. Maybe if I... Yeah, I don't think it loaded properly. Let me see. Transform, reset. Oh, there it is! Get him. Oh, God. There's the Teletubby Sun. In all his glory. Oh, God. It actually is even worse than the Okami circles. Praise the Sun is worse than I remember. Can you imagine spreading PNG and put it over your face? Let me see if I can find a PNG of it. I wonder, is there? Teletubby Sun. I just googled that so I'm not spreading misinformation. Teletubby Sun, she's now 30 years old. Crazy concept. I need a PNG of it. Oh. Don't transform into the Teletubby Sun. I found it. At least it's a real baby, not the Twilight one. Yeah, that is true. Need to readjust this. Oh my god, there you go. It's perfect. There you go, there she is. Yeah, it's me. Are you telling me a Teletubby Sun doesn't look like a 30-year-old Babu? I mean, no, not anymore. Oh, luckily someone did make a PNG of this. That's you, Chiaki. Oh my god, that's me. Oh, there's a GIF. Wait, this one's better. That's better. Oh, wait. Teletubby Baby Sun. I'm actually wondering what series of events I missed that led to this. Don't worry about it. Okay, where's the GIF? Oh, it's just so tiny. There you go. There you go. It's a Teletubby Baby Sun. A GIF, oh no! You lower the opacity. Okay, hold on. If I can lower the opacity of it, let me add a... I think this filter. Oh god, this is more curse if you lower the opacity of it. I know you wouldn't understand this, but this legit makes you look like an Elden Ring boss. Oh god. Praise the sun. There you go, I lowered the opacity. I can lower the opacity a bit more. you go. The allocate's getting cursed now. It's so much scarier with the lower opacity. I am the sun now. A normal thirsty Chiaki streamer. Yup, this is normal. The sun is me. Oh god, may Chiaki take the world. The Elden Ring boss. I mean, it didn't stare at you like 24/7 because I think like whenever the moon was there. Is there a Teletubby like moon? Oh, but it's not a PNG though. Hold on. Where is it? Ah, they didn't make it a PNG. This is so tragic. Oh, everyone at Christmas. There's always one from Majora's. I wanted to know if there was a Teletubby like moon. There is, but they didn't make it like PNG. Unfortunately. Bear in the Blue House had a moon. I do remember the moon, but it's been 20 years. Compared to PNG, it has a background, so it's not transparent. That's the problem. Whoa, this is big. Hold on, need to lower. It's a pretty big image. Eh. Oh, it's huge, yeah. I'm trying to... There you go. It's such a massive image. I don't know. There you go. That's very high def. I don't know why there's a very high def of this. But unfortunately, there's not a PNG. This is the closest I could find. Yeah, the moon. I'm scared of living in the Teletubby world. Is this from the actual show? Apparently, it's from a video. It says Teletubbies Moon Baby. The horror. If anything, something we want today, we can call Chiaki a babu, but I'm not a babu. Nuh-uh. Not a babu. That babu looks mean. What do you mean it looks mean? This just looks a little bit smug. I remember this from the show. It might just be an edit. Maybe it's an edit. Maybe that's why it's so high res. I think I had to put the phone down for the night. Too much internet for the day. Oh. Oh god. I do have to go get water, so I shall be right back. I will spare you from looking at the baby moon edit or whatever this is while I go get water. So I shall be right back. So BRB, be right back. Okay, I'm back. I have returned. Also, I brought some cookies because I was getting hungry. Hello. So, Ato, thank you so much for the super. Fireball, thank you so much for the super. Raps, thank you so much for the super. Reaper, thank you so much for the super. And Colt, thank you so much for the super. Thank you, thank you. Teletubbies Moon was released 27 years ago. Was it? What kind of cookies? They're like they're butter cookies. If you drink the water and milk, you okay. But I'm hungry. I want actual food though. I want like real food. Finland got stuff to do tomorrow, so I should probably go. Oh, take care, Blade, and thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest of your night. I wasn't gonna stay for long because body tired and got stuff to do. I knew that you probably didn't remember White Day, but I did it and given us an excuse to spell my Yukato. Because you're always kind to me and I appreciate you and wanted to give you something. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that you wanted to give me something, even if you didn't have to, though. But hope you have a good rest of your night. Hope you get plenty of rest. And thank you so much for stopping by. Cookies are snack, not food. Snacks is food. Snack is food. Therefore, it works. The cat hungers. I do hunger. I require sustenance in order to be appeased. Tells the world. Or feel my rage. Explain. What am I supposed to explain? She's technically correct, which is the best correct. Exactly. So I win. Snacks be the food for the soul. Cookie snack equal food equal cookie. Your rage! I must be appeased by being provided snacks, or else my rage will destroy the world as we know it. In the words of my mom, eso no es comida. Sí es comida. It is food. It is food. I can eat it. Therefore, food. What is Chiaki's rage even like? You don't wanna know. Oh, powerful and tubular boss, please accept their humble offering. I shall accept the cookies as offering. You're allowed passage through these lands. Take my fruitcake as a snack? I don't like fruitcake though. But I do want to know. I need to know how to prep for it. If you offer snacks, then that's the only thing you need. Just offer me snacks, and then you shall be spared. You shall be allowed passage through the lands. So like you don't get affected by my rage. There's been no documentation on it because no one has survived to tell the tale. Through these lands, but this is my stop, boss. I got my hotel sorted out already. Ah, well that might be an issue. I don't have snacks, I ate them all. I can't guarantee your safety then. I offer thee the Karelian fish pie. Fish pie? I'm not so sure about this. I'll offer you my goreng. I don't know what a goreng is. I just realized I was eating concha and drinking protein shake, so I agree with you. See, exactly, it is food. Is that the final boss in the fun tunnel? Mayhaps. Yay, my fruitcake will let me pass her rate. No, because it's not a good offering, so you shall not be spared. Do you accept fries? Fries is a good offering. I guess you may be spared. Meat coating is instant noodles. Oh, okay. Instant noodles is good enough. I'll take that. That's a humble offering. After seeing what the fun tunnel looks like from the Sly2 stream, no wonder there were no survivors. Cheetos are okay, only if they look like Charizard. Not the Charizard Cheetos. Cheetos are also a humble offering, so you shall be allowed a passage through these lands. While my rage continues. Or something like that. Hopes and dreams, huh? I don't think that will be enough. I would need a lot of those to subside. Your rage continues. Was one Charizard Cheeto not enough? No. It's not just instant noodles. It's a legendary meat coating instant noodles. I've never tried them, so I can't say. I pick the finest vegetables as offerings. If you put tomatoes in there, instantly obliterated. Take my dried sweetened mango, but I like the sugar off them. You really are asking to not be spared. What about just regular Lays? Lays are fine. You can totally sell the Charizard Cheeto for $1 million. Not even ashes, no. Just completely vaporized. I offer pepperoni pizza. Okay, pepperoni pizza is a good offering. You shall be granted passage. Vendance and perch baked in the rye crust with dash of mountain salt and pog shoulder in it. Fish pie? No. Offering rejected. It's okay, boss. There are no tomatoes. Only the best vegetable, garlic. You also wish to be vaporized, don't you? Okay, a burger with pickles and tomatoes. I see you have a death wish. Sweet potato fry. Sweet potato fry sounds like a pretty decent offering, so I'll allow it. What's wrong with garlic? Everything. I can get a mini vanilla cake at work tomorrow without ensuring I'm worthy of the Kata's protection. A vanilla cake will be a mighty good offering. It's okay to be wrong. Nah, it's okay for you to be wrong. Hey boss, I brought you some garlic and tomatoes. Wait, what are you doing? Stop! Are you a vampire? I'm not a vampire. No. I just don't like garlic. You not like garlic bread? No, the smell is too strong. Thank you for the tip wraps. Thank you. I just don't like garlic because it smells too strong. But the garlic is so yummy. It's not a worthy offering. If she was a vampire, she would like tomatoes. But I don't like tomatoes. Ice cream sandwiches, but I take the ice cream from the middle. You're just getting vaporized at this point. Nothing you can offer will spare you. You don't get any sort of sparing. Do you like tomatoes? No. I don't like the texture of tomatoes. It's a Korean, we live off garlic. I don't like the smell of garlic. It's too strong. That's fair. It does have a strong scent. I still love it though. I'm not vampire. Why big fangs? Because I'm a cat. That's why. Just instant evaporation. Exactly. I hate tomatoes, but I like pizza. Tomato sauce is different. Tomato sauce is different. I don't like raw tomatoes. I don't like the texture of tomatoes. It's so gross. I don't like it. I don't like it. No. Garlic bread, my beloved. That's fair. Yeah, like, I'm fine with tomato sauce. I just don't like tomatoes. Because, like, the texture of tomatoes. It's the texture of tomatoes. It's so bleh. Exactly. The texture is so... ew. Raw tomato also isn't processed like pizza sauce. Exactly. Not even the small cherry tomatoes? No. Meat offering's not good then. How about Karelian pie? Bake the rye crust with oven pepper... prep the rice with egg butter. I've never had one of those, so I can't say. Tomatoes alone bad. Tomatoes mixed to make something else good. Exactly. But cherry tomatoes is like eating big grapes. That's not the same, though. Grapes are sweet. Tomatoes aren't sweet. But usually tomato sauce is mixed with other things, which makes it better. It's not just tomato. It's like eating big grapes, and the grapes are filled with lies and deceit. Okay, but the real question is purple grapes or green grapes? Your answer will be judged severely. How about a grilled cheese with pepper jack cheese? Green? Purple. 50-50 in both. Green? What? So many of you pick green. Purple, but I do like green as well. Do they taste different? They do. They do taste different. I'll say purple. Green are more sour. Yeah, green are the more sour ones. Purple are sweeter. So they do taste different. That's why I'm asking. I can't believe so many green defenders. Tastes like purple, my favorite flavor. They definitely taste different. They do. Purple grapes, but green raisins. I see. I see. I don't mind green, but I love the purple ones. The purple ones are the good ones. Also, hi Pressed. Welcome, welcome. Green is better. No, it's not. It's bitter and sour. I'm glad I like both sweet and sour. I do like the sourness of it. Like the crayons back in the military. Why are you eating crayons? So you just want everything to be sweet? Yes! Normal green grapes are super sour, but have you tried cotton candy grapes? They're usually green, but they're super sweet. Never tried them. Nah, green grapes are the better ones. Nuh-uh. The sour green grapes are the best. What? Purple's too sweet. Green is just right. Lies and deceit. Your left eye is sour? No, because my eyes have no taste. Green is better, yeah. Chiaki is an extreme sweet tooth. Of course it should be super sweet. Exactly. I love sweet things. Cotton candy grapes are really good. I've never had them before. Cotton candy grapes. Ooh. I do want to try these. I like seedless grapes though. I mean the seeds do kind of like make them a bit more bitter, no? Too many green enjoyers. They don't know green is an uncreative flavor. I can't believe this, man. I can't believe this. You only eat things so at least 50% of it's laden sugar. Where are you getting these statistics from? You gotta try them if you ever get the chance. They're by far my favorite grape ever. They do look really good. If I ever stumble upon them, I will try them. Even though I do think the purple ones are objectively better, but if you guys say these ones are good, I guess I'll try them. Just chew the seeds! No! Don't eat the seeds! You did a quiz a while ago and chose only the sweet options! Man... I never tried cotton candy ones, but they look really nice. They do look pretty nice, yeah. I don't think I've seen these around before. But I do want to try them. They do look pretty good. But I thought more people would answer purple. There's so many green grape enjoyers. The BuzzFeed quiz was really funny. We need to do another stream of it. I need to find like random personality quiz out of BuzzFeed. And just kind of like see what it gives me. Now that it's been 2 years. Cotton candy grapes are sweeter than normal. Purple grapes, so you'll probably like them. Actually, Actually, when was it that we did the BuzzFeed quizzes? Was it like 2 years ago or was it a year ago? No, it was 2 years. Well, next month is gonna be 2 years. Yeah, because I did them in April. So it's almost... next month is gonna be 2 years. That's crazy. Too bad BuzzFeed didn't get it right. And you didn't re-debut as a badger. Not the badger. It was sooner than I thought. Yeah, it's almost gonna be 2 years. Next month. Next month it will be 2 years since I did the BuzzFeed quizzes. Gotta do them again to see how different it is. Gotta find like a bunch of random personality quizzes. It really has been forever ago. I thought BuzzFeed went bankrupt. Did they? I think they're still around, aren't they? BuzzFeed. At least the website. BuzzFeed. It seems the website's still around. BuzzFeed quizzes. Okay. God, these are so random. BuzzFeed quizzes. It would be brilliant if you can beat this geography quiz on just the second letter of the alphabet. The new section was shut down. Ah, so that's why. Finally, we'll find out Chiaki's BuzzFeed Harry Potter house. I told you which one it was, but it wasn't through BuzzFeed. It was through a different website. It was, what was it called again? The Raven one. Yeah, it was the nerd one. The Raven, what's it called again? Raven... Pottermore? Is it that one? Harry Potter houses. Ravenclaw. Yeah, Ravenclaw. Yeah, I got Ravenclaw. That's the one, yeah. Pottermore? Yeah, I did the quiz on Pottermore before. I got Ravenclaw. Which is known for wit, learning, wisdom, and creativity. It's an eagle. Colors are blue and bronze. Known for its intellectually focused students. Yeah, the nerds. Pottermore is the official Harry Potter social media, or was, not sure. Yeah, I did it through the website. Got the nerd house, the Ravenclaw. I never got into Harry Potter stuff. I was never a Harry Potter fan either. I had a friend who, she really was a pretty big Harry Potter fan, and she had me do the quiz. She was like, oh, Chiaki, you should do the Harry Potter house quiz. And I was like, oh, sure. And then I did it, and I got Ravenclaw. She got Slytherin, by the way. I just remember, like... She did the quiz. I think she got Slytherin. And, like, someone else in the friend group got Gryffindor. And I got Ravenclaw. Oh, God. I could never get into Harry Potter despite loving magic and fantasy. Something about it just felt really boring to me. I could never get into it, no. I found it boring. Despite fantasy being one of my favorite genres in media, I just could never get into Harry Potter. And I don't know why. I can't really explain it because I don't know why. I don't know. There was something about it that just didn't really, like, resonate with me. So, there was always that. I mentioned it before, but they're good movies to watch during a long flight. I couldn't even get through the first movie. I zoned out. I never even, like, finished watching the first movie. I watched a little bit of it, and then I zoned out, and yeah. I never actually finished it. I remember Katsumi, I think he had the first book. I think he borrowed it from, like, a friend. And then he never returned it. And then I stole it one time and, like... I attempted to read it to see if maybe I'll get into, like, To see if I'll maybe, like, get into it. But no, I never got into it. I don't really know why either. It's just never really clicked for me despite fantasy being my #1 genre. It's fine. I never got into Hunger Games despite enjoying dystopian stories. I mean, I can see it because Hunger Games has romance. If you don't like romance, you're not gonna like it. You're not gonna like it. Like, yeah, there is like the entire world building with the Hunger Games and like old dystopia society. But it does kind of have a good portion that does focus on the whole romance. And if you don't like that, then you're not gonna like it. That's kind of like how it is. It's kind of like how I didn't get into Divergent, despite, you know, liking dystopia with the Hunger Games. Like, I hated Divergent. Hunger Games focuses a lot less on the dystopia and more on the romance at times. It does have its moments that it does focus a lot on the romance, so... I can kind of see, like, even if you like dystopia, why you wouldn't really, like, get into it. I was an anime geek. Harry Potter would be over the top at that point. That's fair. I enjoyed Divergent more than Hunger Games. Take that back! Not in my household! How dare you say that? It's okay, you're allowed to be incorrect. Even being mostly about the world and politics inside Hunger Games is still heavily guided by the romance. Yeah, it is. It does have like a very heavy focus on like the romance. I legit mostly like Hunger Games for the design of architecture and world building. Well, yeah, like I said, it has very... It does focus a lot on the romance, so if you don't really like the romance, you're not gonna like it. Romance and comedy is my go-to. There are Divergent fans? They were. Replace hunger with romance to get accurate name for the series. I mean, romance games. Not really. Like, it was there, but I wouldn't say it was like that much of a focus to like replace the titling. It was a lot more than just the romance. The romance did take like front and center a couple times, but I wouldn't say that far. Tell me you didn't read the books without telling me you didn't read the books. Actually heard Chiaki with a Divergent comment. We could hear the pain. I don't like Triss. I don't like Triss. I hated Triss. 4 was okay. I could read through 4's book if I really wanted to, but that means I would have to like also get Triss in the book, and I don't really want to deal with it. Like, I think 4 was okay. I can live with that, but like... Triss, on the other hand... Romance is a bestseller. Example, Twilight series. Everything is a bestseller when it comes to books these days. I feel like that title means barely anything these days. Divergent was interesting. Nearly got a headache watching the special effect. I didn't watch the movies. I attempted to read the book. I think I did watch the first movie. Never mind. I'll be honest, Divergent was one I could literally never get into. I could not get into Divergent. I tried. I really did, but I couldn't stand Triss. I couldn't stand her. Like, I tried reading 4, which was like the book that was from the perspective of like the male lead. Or I guess not male lead, but like the male love interest. Well, he's kind of like the male lead in a way. And I just... Nah. Like, he was fine, but it was mostly Triss. My favorite young adult movie is Maze Runner. I could literally never get... And the sequels are completely different. It's still bad, but the sequels are different. I only read the first Maze Runner book. I dropped it because I got spoiled on a character death. And I was like, eh. It's still Lord of the Rings trilogy, the best book movie. Bestsellers are just books that pass a specific sales threshold, and more often than not, it's not changed for marketing purposes. Bestseller actually means just like 10k sales, if I recall, so it's a lot more common than you would think. I didn't even know there was a Divergent movie. I just read the books and thought the world was more interesting than the Hunger Games. See, you're reading it for the world building. You failed to see the character problem. Like, yeah, the idea of Divergent was interesting. Like, I admit the concept itself was interesting. Like, the whole, like, oh yeah, you get assigned, like, a faction at birth, and you can't... And then you can be a Divergent that you're compatible with all of them and whatnot. And it was like, oh yeah, that's pretty neat. But, like, Triss was insufferable. New York bestseller. I'm pretty sure it just gets slapped onto any book series. It hits top sellers each week. Like, that's the thing. Divergent had an interesting world. I just couldn't stick with it because Triss was very annoying to me. I remember reading Artemis Fowl, and I heard they ruined that as a movie. Can't say that I know what that is. I like the girls are fighting moments though in Divergent. Ooh, the girls are fighting. Oh god. I could not get through the first book of Divergent. I think I mentioned I tried the Mortal Instruments too. Because one of my middle school friends, she was really into like a lot of like the typical like young adult books. So through her, I did get to read a bit of the Mortal Instruments. I didn't finish it, I don't think. I thought it was I think it just didn't really like... I don't know. Didn't really like fully catch my attention. I think it got a Netflix series too at one point. But never watched it, honestly. Never watched it. I remember she was really obsessed with that series. The Mortal Instruments. Artemis Fowl and Eragon, my two childhood novel franchises, both ruined by the most dog-water live-action adaptations known to man. Okay, let me see. What is that? Artemis Fowl. Oh, no, I've never seen this before. I didn't know this had movies. Disney's Artemis Fowl, a fowl adventure. Had to AFK for a sec. I had a rogue puppy on the loose. He was running around, being wild and free, causing havoc. Eragon. Oh, wait. I remember seeing this book cover at Barnes & Noble. I never read this, though. Okay, I have seen Eragon. I've never read it, though. But I've seen the book cover before. Let's just say he's living up to his name of Katsu. He's being mischievous. A good puppy. Don't read it. It's not worth it. Wait, really? Is it bad? They did Artemis Fowl bad? Apparently. I actually did think you would enjoy the movies. They're so good. I never read a lot of the most popular young adult novels, despite having been a pretty avid reader, when it would appeal to me the most. The pop ain't rogue, it's pure self. I've seen Eragon's cover all over the place. Yeah, I didn't recognize it by name, but I've definitely seen the cover. It starts off as peak cinema, then it's all downhill. No. That's always the worst. When it starts out great, and then it just goes downhill. That's so sad. First book is decent, the rest are meh. Man. That's so sad. Yeah, the first cover with the blue dragon is super iconic. Yeah, I do remember seeing this cover around. I remember reading Animorphs as a kid, but I don't know how well known that is for the newer generation. Animorphs? Whoa. Oh god, the images. Woo. I looked it up and like the cover images are something else. It's actually the worst going from peak to pit is always so sad. It is. The Animorph covers are wild. They are. Is the first book at least good enough to stand its own, or is it that bad? That's the real question. Yeah, those covers are cursed. I don't think I ever read these. One book saga that I loved as a child was Nerd. Such a great spy story. Animorph is about war and death and PTSD. Wait, it is? I thought the cover looked silly. Yeah, just read book 1 and pretend the rest of the franchise doesn't exist. It goes bad, but since you're already invested, you have to follow through. I mean, if you already know it's bad, then why would you? Yeah, it's pretty dark. There's a character in Animorphs that betrays the main group and is forcibly made to be a rat permanently. That's insane. Actually crazy. These covers are crazy just looking at these. Wait, there's a game? Animorphs on the Game Boy Color. Whoa, are you ready to become an Animorph? I didn't know this thing had a game. Mission 1, save the animals. Oh, wow. It's an insane series, and the covers are so wild. Didn't Animorphs also had a series, did it? There was a game. Apparently, there's a game on the Game Boy Color. There used to be a TV show for Animorphs. The origin story of Ratatouille no one wants you to know about. No. Game Boy Color? Yeah, it says Game Boy Color. I only saw Animorph books during my school books fair. Almost as if they only existed there. Let me see. Is it on eBay? Game Boy Color. Game Boy Color Animorphs. Oh, there it is! I found the cartridge on eBay. Animorphs was pretty popular like 15 years ago. Didn't To the Moon reference Animorphs at one point? Yeah, it did. I think that's where I first heard the name before. I'll be real. Legit, all I know about Animorphs is us discussing the books because To the Moon referenced them. Yeah, I remember that's where I first heard about it. How much is it? The first listing that I saw, it's $14. $14.95. It's actually surprisingly cheap. I guess you like around 14-20 bucks for the game. Not bad. So Animorphs are GBA streamland. 14, that's literally the price of shipping. Yeah, what a steal. I wonder if it's a terrible game. Let me see, can I find reviews of this? Animorphs. Game Boy Color review. Oh, it's terrible. All the reviews say that it's terrible. Yeah, I'm seeing all the reviews and it's like, oof. It's rough. I see like 1 star, 2 stars. Someone say it's tragically bad. 1 out of 5. Are you expecting to be anything else? No, not really. I doubt it's popular or good. Yeah, it's because it's not good. Only reference to the genre for me is the JonTron video. So sad. We should get Chiaki an actually good game instead, like Cory in the house. Didn't that game win like up in prize because people like started making memes about it again? TV show and movie tie-in games are always the worst. I'm pretty sure there has to be a decent one. I remember the Bolt one being okay. Actually, no, I think the G-Force was... Okay, where is it? G-Force for the Wii. Yeah, I remember the G-Force one was actually pretty good. I remember playing this one. How much is it? It's $10. Did it actually? At least I don't have any backseater. Someone that actually like speedran Animorphs for the Game Boy Color. The SpongeBob games are great, and those are movie game tie-ins. Yeah, the meme caused the Cory game to be super expensive. G-Force like the hamster movie. Yeah, like the hamster movie. Actually, they're not hamsters, they're guinea pigs. They're not hamsters, they're guinea pigs. I was going to rent a Banter going for Resident Evil 1. No, it is good. I remember liking this game. It's pretty fun. Imagine the one Animorphs game fan comes in and starts backseating. Okay, excuse me, nerd. Hold on, where am I? I should have activated my glasses. I like the robots game for the Game Boy. I thought it was pretty decent. Actually, you have a mole, so actually rodent. Well, yeah, the mole is like a different character, but most of them are guinea pigs. They're not hamsters. Beats Alvin and the Chipmunks. Gotta redo it again at the glasses arm. Actually, they're not hamsters. They're guinea pigs. The mole is part of the team. I mean, yeah, but he's not in the cover. Yeah, he's not in the cover. I had to double check the cover. He's not in the cover art. Okay, to be fair, I do deserve this one for my arm. Actually, Martha's a gacha character message. I found a place that sells Nintendo 64 for a decent price and games at decent price as well. Should I get one? If it's a decent price, do it. Why is there a speedrun for the Animorphs game? Wait, there is? What is the record? I need to know. Speedrun.com. Animorphs. Animorphs. Oh, there's actually a couple of these. 26 minutes! Wait, can I see their speedrun? How did they do it? I need to see their video. 26 minutes? Of course, there's always people out there who are even crazy enough to speedrun Alvin and the Chipmunks. Speedrun live on AGDQ, no less. Crazy. Speedrun's bad for the soul. Be careful with them. What do you mean? You watched the G-Force movie? I did. I did watch the G-Force movie. Yeah, where all the like electronics went evil and stuff. Yeah, you can beat the record. I've never actually speedrun a game. Mission 1. Save the animals. Speedrunning is actually bad for the soul. Why? Oh god, yeah, it's crazy. This guy speedrun it. As a world record speedrunner myself, can confirm Alvin and the Chipmunks was bad for my soul. That reminds me. That I was trying to convince Miel to like speedrun this game, but I couldn't convince her. It's because she finished this game really quickly. And like surprisingly, she like finished it like way before like the usual runtime of the game. And I was trying to get her to speedrun it, but I couldn't convince her. What game? It's called 7 Days to End With You. So she managed to like beat the game super quickly. And I was like, I decided to check on speedrun.com if there was a speedrun. And there are no speedruns for the game. And I was like, Miel, you need to do it. You need to flex on everybody. The fact that you're multilingual and you can beat this game so easily. And be on speedrun.com. But she didn't. She said like, oh, but I already beat the game, so I already know it, so it wouldn't be fair. And I'm like, do you think that speedrunners don't actually beat the games beforehand? And I was trying to convince her to actually speedrun the game and submit it to speedrun.com. I was like, there's no speedruns. You can do this. That's the whole point of a speedrun. Exactly. Like, people like play the game previously and then they speedrun it. Yeah, seeing it's a hidden language game, I can see why she was so fast with it. Exactly. So I was like, you need to submit your speedrun. You need to flex on them. Got to learn the game first. Yeah, but she said that since she had already beaten the game, it wouldn't be fair to speedrun it. And I'm like, what do you mean? Speedrunners literally learn the game before they speedrun. Which game? 7 Days With You. That's the name of the game. 7 Days With You. That game. But alas, I couldn't get her to do it. Speedrunning is to engrave it to your spine, to your nerve system. 'Tis bad for your soul. Has she not seen the people with thousands of resets speedrunning? You still need to speedrun babysitting, mama. Yeah, but the speedrun that I have to do is like more complicated because I actually have to get gold and everything. It's not just speedrunning the game, it's actually getting gold. That's the thing. Miel, I know you're lurking right now. Make Chiaki proud and post a speedrun. She might actually be sleeping right now. Speedrunners play the game literally hundreds of times before actually running it. It's like a visual novel. It's like a language game, essentially. Like, you have to decipher, like, the language that the other person is speaking. Or something along those lines. And I was like, this is literally your game. You can flex on all these people. Looking at the Steam page, it actually sounds like a fascinating concept, but there's literally no chance my brain could handle this. It's crazy, yeah. It is a pretty interesting concept. I think the only other game that I know that kinda has a similar premise is like Homo Cypher or something like that. Ooh, we do need the babysitting mama speedrun, but that should be a special occasion you do as a video or something, yeah. I need to like sit down and like practice the game. But I would need to like figure out how to like delete a save file. Oh, because you need to do it with like a save file that is cleared, if I remember correctly. Like a cleared save. The characters in the cover remind me of characters from Nyaa, which also has a chaos language, so I wonder if there was some inspiration. Maybe. Homo Cypher? I think so. Something like that. I remember that. It's the one game that people gotta figure out a language they're not really familiar with. Yeah, I think Homo Cypher is kind of similar in that regard. It's also about like figuring out a language or something. I remember it because I saw someone play a little bit of it. Yeah, you have to do a fresh save probably, which would probably require you to delete the save data from the Wii menu. I've never deleted saves from like the Wii, so I would have to figure out how to do that. The only other hidden language game I know was Chance of Snore. Chance of... How do you spell that? Snore. Oh, I've never seen this one. Homie Cypher. This one. This is another game where you kind of have to decipher a language. This one. Some speedruns require you to try 100 times just to get good R&D, on top of having to try 100 times if you get good R&D to do the frame perfect trick. Yeah, but that's like very dependent, like, specific games. For babysitting mama, not really that. It's just skill. So we should let you delete saves in the settings menu. Oh, it does. Also, hi Sarah. Welcome. My day has been good. Hope your day has been good as well. But yeah, I need to actually sit down and truly get into the babysitting mama, like, mindset. And, like, actually start doing, like, practice reps to be able to get all gold medals. And fully speedrun this game. Which... yeah. Oh, God. Hidden languages are fun. You don't have to learn it per se, but the languages in Stray was fun to learn. If you want to speedrun a game, we can play milk inside a bag of milk inside a bag of milk. I mean, that's a visual novel, so I feel like speedrunning visual novels is kind of cheating. Because essentially, you're just... how fast can you press the skip button? You need to get one of those speedrun overlays for the funny. The speedrun overlays. Yes, please, I earned the boss I needed. I do need to do it. I do need to do it. I need to boot up babysitting mama. And do this speedrun. Speedrunning VNs does seem a bit silly. Yeah. Like, it kind of feels like a bit silly. It's also that you need to know the right options. I mean, that's not that hard to learn. Yeah, speedrunning VNs isn't really as fun unless it's one of those that have real gameplay in between. Yeah, if it has like gameplay in between, like for example, like Danganronpa, like it kind of has like, you know, the trial segments and the investigation, then that makes sense. Because, you know, there is gameplay that's, you know, other than just reading. I didn't think I would do speedruns. I like to take my time in a game. Yeah, that's fair. For the most part, I don't really do speedruns. Not for the most part. I don't speedrun games, really. I kind of just prefer playing at my own pace. The babysitting mama speedrun joke, it came because the record used to be held by a Vtuber. I don't know if this Vtuber still has the record. I think someone else took their record already. Yeah. Yeah, Babysitting Mama was a game that the record was held by a VTuber. So I made a joke that I was gonna speedrun Babysitting Mama. Back on debut. I hit a joke on my goals that I was gonna speedrun Babysitting Mama. Because at the time, the record was held by a VTuber. But now it's held by someone else. Oh yeah, I remember you mentioning that you check on the record and someone else dethroned them. Yeah. They got dethroned a year ago. Apparently. Speedrunning again is just how fast you can hit the skip button. It would be fun if you had speedrunning splits when we would play a game. You play like Apollo Justice or FB Awakening. That'll be crazy. I sold my soul to the Chipmunk Devil for the Babysitting Mama stream, so it needs to happen eventually. But no rush, it's way more of a time commitment than what I had to do. Yeah, since I have to do all gold, it's definitely like... I'm definitely gonna need to practice. I know that some people change the language setting on games to make it go faster. Does it really change anything? You gotta take back the record for the pride of VTubers everywhere. I mean, there's only three runs. All babies, there's three runs. All gold medals doesn't have any runs. There's been no runs recorded for all gold medals because no one is crazy enough to do this. I just checked right now. Let me see. Have there been any new records on Alvin and the Chipmunks? Alvin and the Chipmunks, the first game. Yeah, I know Zelda speedrun set it to Italian. I think since it has the fastest time for being able to match through text. It does. Usually they change it to Chinese just because each character represents a lot more than a character in English. So the text boxes go faster. Oh, I see. Certain games are faster in Japanese because there are less dialogue boxes. Yes, thankfully or sadly, I have yet to be the throne. No one else has done it yet. Babysitting Mama, Chiaki percentage. Let's go. I have to get all gold medals in Babysitting Mama. Oh god. One day I'll actually like do it. One day I'll actually get around to practicing the game because I haven't even like booted up the game. It's sitting there in my shelf as a grave reminder that I need to do it, and I'm like, oh, I actually need to boot up this game so I actually can figure out how to lock in to get all gold medals. Gotta lock in for the medals. We got you the baby and everything. Oh, I do kind of have to do that. Oh god. I don't think I would be able to speedrun it on stream though, because I wouldn't be able to look at chat, so I'll have to kind of be like focused. I did a No More Heroes 2 New Game Plus speedrun on the Wii. I recorded it, took me an hour, but I never uploaded it back in 2018. Seriously though, no rush on that one. Yeah. If anything, I would make like a practice stream, but I probably wouldn't like be able to stream like the actual like speedrun. But I would upload it to prove that I did it. And wait to get it approved, because I don't think a lot of people really submit speedruns for this game. You need to stream it so it can get verified. I just need to record it, essentially. Like, I would obviously have to record it, but I wouldn't stream it. Because I wouldn't be able to look at chat. Oh, God. Yeah, I wouldn't do it on stream, but posting the video would be cool. Just do a stream without chat, just to flex your skills. I feel like whenever I stream, I just get inclined to look at chat. So, that's fair. I know even extremely experienced speedrunners who know a game in and out how to ignore chat during parts that take a lot of concentration. Yeah. Some games do require it to be streamed, so I need to check if it does. Does it? I don't think this one does. I think if you just record it, because they can check if you like, if you edit it or not. Imagine speedrunning it and keeping up with chat too. I mean, I can't really do that, no. Yeah, I didn't stream my run, it was fine. I found that after the fact that my submitted video didn't even have audio. And they still approved it. I just checked, it says only needs recorded once and no emulator. Oh, well, yeah. That's easy to do. I can just play it on the Wii U, so that's fine. I think the only games that are required to be streamed are the very big, very competitive titles where cheating is a big concern. Yeah, that makes sense. But I guess since this game, like, it doesn't have a lot of runs and it's not a game that gets speedrun a lot, I guess they're kind of just fine with it being recorded. Obviously, they still check your recording just to make sure you didn't edit or whatever. But yeah, I think in general it should be fine to just, like, record it. Is it reading the chat a type of speedrun in of itself? Not really, though. Since this game isn't really being cheated, it will be a lot less to work to get it approved compared to any big game. I don't know how long they usually take to approve speedruns, though. But I am curious about it. One day. Truth is, a lot of cheater runs never get caught for years, sometimes decades. Really? You could do a speedrun that's a very specific thing. I mean, there are speedruns for oddly specific things. That never occurred to me. People actually cheat in this? Yeah. There's been a lot of, like, people that cheat in speedruns, yes. Just in order to, like, hold the record or whatever. It depends on how active the mods are for the game. Could literally be like 2 hours or 2 weeks. Oh. It's probably gonna be the latter then. It's probably gonna be the latter. Just because I don't think... Can you check how many mods there are in, like, a game? Baby sitting mama. 0 active players. Speedruns are always being cheated. It's crazy how many are getting exposed. Yeah, some games are a bit difficult to tell when you're cheating for speedrunning. The funniest cheated speedrun I've ever seen was a famous fake blindfolded Mario 64 speedrun, where the dude retail chat messages mid-run while blindfolded. Unbelievable. 0. There's 0 people actively playing. It says it has 3 mods. Where can you see it? Where can you see how many mods it has? So 3 mods are around. Oh, I see them. There's 3 mods for this game. Oh, one of the mods is the one that has, like, the top record. Okay, so she would see it. Oh, God. Near the bottom of the page, he has the mods. Yeah, and one of the mods is the one that currently has the record. Reminds you of the Monster Hunter blindfolded speedruns. She would see it and steal it back. She would take that personally. What's the point of cheating? It's not like the speedruns had a money reward. Bragging rights. I guess. I don't know. I think you are better off asking that question to someone that has actually cheated on a run. I watch a YouTube channel called Abysssoft that explains how people cheated in speedruns. It's interesting. Pride, prestige, those sorts of things, I guess. Yeah, ego? Yeah. People cheat on multiplayer games all the time. Yeah, you could say the same question as to, like, why would people cheat on a multiplayer game? When there's no, like, money prize. I'd love to visit a dead server game one day. I'm pretty sure there's videos of people visiting those. Some of them do have money rewards, and being the fastest at a run can make you more popular, which could bring money. There was also a guy who did a Mario speedrun, was also eating pizza. The ego boost, exactly. The speedruns can give you money. People cheat in multiplayer games just for fun, so doing it for speedrunning isn't too surprising. Exactly. I think... Which game is it? I think it's Party Animals. Party Animals literally has, like, a laundry list of, like, people that get banned on a monthly basis because they essentially cheat in the game. A game like Party Animals, for crying out loud. So if that doesn't tell you that people sometimes just cheat for fun or for, I don't know, whatever reason, then I don't know what will. Pizza makes Mario jump higher because he's Italian. Cheating at Party Animals, I know. It's so vile. I'm a cat. Cat. But hello. Remember back in my day, there was that one StarCraft tournament where second place got 25 bitcoins. So cheating is okay in games, I'll reject that. It isn't, no. Party games are so bad with cheaters. It's literally just a goofy party game. If that doesn't tell you that people would just cheat for the sake of cheating, then I don't know what will. Like, a party game, of all things. And it has a monthly list of people getting suspended because it's just like that many people cheating. There's some rare occasions like that one time Voice Critical gave a speedrunner $20,000 for a challenge. I mean, I feel like those are more isolated cases, though. Rip to the guy who paid like 1,000 bitcoins for a pizza back in the day for the memes! Not 1,000 bitcoins. Maybe cheat for a solo game, go ahead. Just don't cheat. Like, what would cheating do for you anyway? You didn't beat the game by your own merit. You used some underhanded method. So it's like... You didn't... It's not really a testament of like, you did it because like you essentially improve and learn the game. No. You did it because you decided to get some underhanded method or shortcut quotation marks to do it. It's not really even satisfying at that point. I don't feel satisfied when I use shortcuts. Cheats in solo games are fun if you aren't bothering anyone with it. Cheating on a solo game sounds so lame. If it's too hard, just lower the difficulty. At that point, just lower the difficulty, yeah. That's kind of like what I mean, yeah. Like, if you don't want to grind or whatever, then just lower the difficulty. That's kind of like what I mean. My roommate does use cheats to play games, but I think he's one of the few people who has a valid reason. He uses cheats to get past issues in games that he can't bypass due to his medical condition. I feel like at that point, it's a different situation. Like, if it's something that you need to use due to, like, medical conditions, then that's, you know, that's a different case altogether. If you're just doing it just because you essentially don't want to play the game, then it's like... Then why are you playing the game? There's some complex reasons for why people cheat, and sometimes it's literally to see how long they can get away with it. Yeah. Yeah. Single player games only. But yeah, I feel like it's different in that particular case, though. I had one guild memer photo slipping pictures of getting the draft. Like, GTA San Andreas tank cheats are fun to do as a kid. I feel like that's a little different, though. Yeah, he essentially does to bypass things like QTs or button mashing. Second is that he literally cannot perform physically. Yeah, at that point it makes sense, yeah. Because it's something that, like, you know, he can't really, like, do. So that's different. It's more in the sense of, like, oh, I don't want to do this. Not because, like, physically cannot do it, but it's just a sense of, like, I don't want to do it. For example, I like building big projects in Survivor Minecraft for the challenge, and we're doing it in creative. That's fair. Some people cheated in rare candies for Nuzlocke to avoid grinding, which I always found weird. I mean, in Nuzlocks... I've seen it both ways, honestly. I have seen, like, the whole, like, using rare candies for Nuzlocke. In a way, I guess. Especially if you're streaming it. I can see that if you're streaming it. Or, like, you're making a video on it. And you don't want to have, like, to go through essentially lots of footage of you just grinding. Because, yeah, I can see how it could be, like, not very entertaining to just be grinding for hours to level up, like, low-level Pokemon. I feel like at that point it's a little bit different as well. It feels good when a cheater plays a game and still not end up winning because the pro is just that good. Cheaters in fighting games. Okay, at that point, that does affect other people. Because you're essentially playing against someone else. I usually get the break candy thing, since if you're streaming enough, like, the grind is boring. And it does technically mean you don't get EVs. Yeah. You know, when not streaming, I hack in rare candy since the grind is unfun after having played the game 100 times. I can kind of see it. I guess for like that particular case, it's a case-by-case basis. If it affects other people, then yeah, no. Like, for example, if you're playing a fighting game and you cheat, that affects someone else because you're playing against someone else. Or the party animals example as well. Nuzlocke's cheating and rare candy usage always has been a big beef between players. There's a lot of dozen different reasons people have for each side. Honestly, I've seen most people do the rare candy thing, so it's kind of like... I feel for that one I'm kind of indifferent towards, because it's been like... At this point, I feel like that one in particular is so normalized that it's like... Is it even cheating at that point? If it's anything multiplayer, cheating bad. Essentially, yeah. If you mean like the cheats that came in with older games, that you could like input a code and it would do something, then I feel like that's kind of like, well, it was already in the game, so... If it's an offline game, I don't have any issue with cheating because people are free to play the way they like. Well, yeah, if it's offline, if you're not affecting anybody, if you're not essentially competing, even if it's like a solo game competition, like a speedrun, because at that point, you're playing by yourself. You're not playing essentially like directly with someone. If it's not essentially a competition, you're not playing against anybody. Or if it's not like a speedrun or something like that, then at that point, just play the game however you want to play it. As long as it doesn't affect anybody, then you're free to play the game however you want to play it. Play it in easy, hard, insane, you know, whatever mode brings you fun. Essentially. The rare candy thing has been around for so long, it's just normal. Yeah, I feel it's so normalized, and I feel it's like... Was that ever really like a point of contention? At the end of the day, if it's cheating in it's in a solo game and it's not hurting anyone else, then who cares? Do what makes it fun for you. Even if I wouldn't personally cheat, it's not my game. It's essentially, yeah, it boils down to like... As long as it doesn't affect anybody, then it's kind of like, you know... Just play the game how you want to play it. I wasted all that time grinding everything. There are a lot of games I avoid trying or replaying because of cheaters ruining the fun. It happens a lot in online games, I feel. I personally don't really play a lot of online games, but I've seen it a lot in online games. I wish they still did the inputting a secret code for cheats. I always thought it was a fun thing to include. Yeah, I think those were usually intended, but it was like, you know... They were usually kept secret and you would find out somehow. Yeah, as long as it's actually gonna hurt another person's experience, I don't really mind how anyone plays the game. Essentially. That being said, I do personally prefer not cheating in my games. I like to experience the game the way the devs intended it to be, with all the challenges and tribulations that entails. That's a good principle to have. Like, I get it. If some people don't want to play a hard game with it being hard, and there's an easy difficulty, then do it. By all means, it's there. The option is right there. So, like, you can do it. But, like, you know... I'm not sure if it counts, but I remember moving the joystick in a circle in retro fighting games against the CPU because CPU tries to read your inputs but fails, that makes it unpredictable. I don't know if that really counts, per se. It actually had a lot of contenders a few years ago. A few years after PC Chow got popular, it did surface quite a few times. Back a decade ago, sometimes I get kicked because people think I'm cheating and it's always very funny. I have no problem with people making games easier on themselves. It's your game. But yeah. I think like the point is like if it affects someone else, that's when it becomes a problem at that point. But you're cheating on something that affects someone else. That's when it becomes an issue. But yeah, I mean, usually for me, I play games in normal because I play games in their default difficulty. I don't really tend to lower a game to easy. Because I like experiencing games on their default difficulty. I got accused of being a hacker so many times before playing League. It's always so funny. Yeah, just don't complain about the game being too easy or unfun if you do cheat, because then it's on you. Yeah, I mean, at that point, yeah. At that point, it kind of is on you. It's true. You brought that one upon yourself. But yeah, it's different circumstances, to be fair. Same, I don't really like lowering my difficulty, but I also don't usually enjoy playing on harder difficulties either. A lot of times it's just not fun and completely changes the feel of the game. Yeah. I guess you mean like insane difficulty or like hard difficulty. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing too. That's a thing too. I don't really play like, oh yeah, play the game in hard or like insane difficulty. Not really. I mean, obviously not every game, but I feel a lot of games, the way that they do like hard or insane, it just... A lot of the times it's kind of just either making the enemies do more damage, or they find some other way to inflate the difficulty in a way that it kind of stops being fun. Which is kind of like why I usually just stick to default. Because then everything gets adjusted from that point, you know. I always play the hardest difficulty, but I don't really mind dying over and over again because it's fun. That's fair. That's totally fair, yeah. I do usually kind of prefer to tell people to play on normal. If it's especially a game you've never played. Just because I know there's been a lot of instances where people play on hard just to like look cool or something. And then like they get their butt kicked and then they quit the game. And the game, you know, is a good game. But you're not supposed to like immediately jump on hard, especially if you never played a game like that one before. I remember games only let you progress so far unless you choose higher difficulty. I never really seen a game that just locks you out if you don't play on a certain difficulty. I don't like playing on easy if I don't have to. Yeah, the devs clearly want to experience, so I do that for the first time. Unless it's one like FE where I'm used to the series. That's fair, yeah. I just hate the kind of difficulty where every take a billion years to die, because that's the unfun kind of difficulty. Yeah. It's an ultra nightmare. You'll die in one-shot mode. Complains about getting one shot. Yeah, when it's a brand new game, you're not used to jumping too hard. And then being mad it's hard. It's one of the lamest reasons to drop a game. I play hardest difficulty when starting out because I hate myself. Most of the time. Yeah, but unfortunately, at least for some people, it causes them to drop a game that you know they would have liked if they just didn't, like, jump into the highest difficulty. You know? I played God of War 2018 on the highest difficulty in the first playthrough, and they made the enemies do insane damage while you do no damage. It was pretty unfun. Yeah, there's some games that essentially the hardest difficulty is kind of just like that. So, yeah, I'm kind of... I watched my friend play Tsushima after seeing you play it, and it was so painful watching him rage at the game because he decided to play it on the hardest difficulty. You die in one hit, Jesus. Just a one-hit KO. Yeah, I played Tsushima on normal. You did this to yourself. I mean, yeah, at that point you kind of just chose to do so. It's sad because you know they would have enjoyed it if they just didn't pick brutal mode to prove a point that it even need to be proven. Yeah. Damage sponges are no fun. It's better to make it lethal for both the main character and enemies like Ranger difficulty and Metro series. Yeah, it's always kind of hard to balance like I guess an insane difficulty mode when your game has like... When your game is not hard by default. I feel like it can be hard to like balance it. I usually play games on hard because I like being forced to learn mechanics in depth. I mean, it comes down to preference at the end of the day. Some people are fine with just starting a game in hard, even if they've never played it before. But I feel most people are not fine with that. Like, there is a good amount of people that are fine with it. And if you're fine with it, then all power to you. But I feel most people aren't fine with it. When I need to prove a point that doesn't need to be proven, I go back and beat Jump King in 10 minutes. Then I remember how no one cares about Jump King speedrunning. Wasn't Jump King one of those games that got speedrun a fair bit? I don't know if it still gets speedrun nowadays, but... I remember there was a good amount of people that speedrun that game. There's some games that jump straight to hard, but I'm not afraid to drop it to normal if I need to. Most people are casual players, and that is perfectly fine because they actually enjoy the game. Exactly. Like, I feel most people play casually, to be fair. The only bad experience with the multiplayer game I had was with Honkai Impact. I got ranked 2 on the US leaderboard while being a free player. They hacked the game and wiped the top 5 players' accounts. Ooh. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. Jump King speedruns used to be huge, but it's not really a popular category anymore. I think most people playing it for Batsu. Yeah, that's usually what I see people do. They just play as Batsu. I think FE does a pretty good job on difficulty scaling. I'll be honest, I've never really played maddening on Fire Emblem. I don't know, it's never been a thing that I've been like, you know what? Maddening difficulty. Mostly because I don't like being forced to use certain units. Because I know with Fire Emblem, it's like, oh yeah, if you play maddening, you can only use these because everyone else kind of sucks. So if you want to be maddening, you gotta use these specific units and no one else. I'm like, So that's kind of like why I just never play maddening. Some people play those kinds of games like Jump King and get over it for fun, which sounds insane to me. I think the biggest issue with playing on hardest is that devs tend to be lazy and not play-tested enough to make sure it's actually beatable. Yeah. Jump King even had unofficial competitions to finish the game as many times as possible under an hour. I always just play FE on normal. I'm not really there to play for the challenge. I'm here for the story and to play with units I like. Yeah. Yeah. Engage's maddening is actually really fun. It lets you use any unit in any class. You just have to learn the mechanics more in depth. Because I've seen a lot of maddening FE runs where it's like you kind of have to use very specific units. I'm like, I'm not about that life. I want to use whoever I feel like it. At least when I've been playing it hard, it hasn't felt any more unfair. No, Steam, you don't understand. It's no, you're right, we're crazy. On the other hand, 3 houses. Maddening is the worst, most awful experience I've had in any FE game. It's that bad, huh? To be fair, even in normal, some 3 houses maps are crazy. They are pretty crazy, some of them. So I can only imagine how bad that turns in maddening. Oh god. So that's fair. I had to restart so many early maps. In 3 houses? 3 houses maddening overtunes everything. Has constant ambush spawns and just genuinely sucks. Oh, gotta love the ambush spawns. Gotta love that. You could say it drove him mad. Ha ha ha. I'll see myself out. Ba-doomps. Went straight to playing in hard. Why do you do this to yourself? Why do you do this to yourself? I mean, I say that, but I beat Wargroup in hard, essentially, because it was the default difficulty. I didn't change the difficulty slider. Because I was like, I'm gonna play it as God intended, and... You know... Apparently, the intended was hard, so I just had to beat every map on hard. It is one of the few maddenings that actually did drive me mad, so it lived up to the name. Actually crazy. If I could be Wargroup in hard because it defaulted to it is still so funny to me. I thought it was on normal, and then I checked the difficulty and it was hard, and I was like, if that's the default, then so be it. If that's what they intended this to be like, then so be it. Oh god, it was terrible. I still don't understand how you become a game journalist or reviewer and not have some competency. Shrugs. I'm so surprised you beat it in hard since it sounded so brutal for what you said. Some maps were definitely brutal. It was... Some of the maps were insanely brutal. I would say, the later maps. The maps around the end. It was just ugh. But I did it. It took a lot. Love how you never wonder about the difficulty. Like, didn't even enter the settings. No, because I was like, oh, it's probably set on default. And then I saw the hard was default. And I was like, you know what? It's too late at this point. We can't go back. Everything took forever. Yeah. A lot of maps just took forever. Did you also have to go back and do the challenges on hard to get the real ending? I did. I replayed some of the maps because I had to 3-star. I had to get 100 stars to get the ending, like the actual ending. So I had to go back and 3-star some of the maps. There were some of them that I just couldn't 3-star, and I was like, you know what? I don't care. I don't care at this point. So I just did the puzzle mode, in order to get like the missing stars that I had. Because I was like, these maps take forever. I'm gonna... Like, a map took me an entire day. So by the time I was done with the chapter, I was just too tired. To be fair, levels taking forever is just the authentic Advance Wars experience. A lot of levels just turn to stalemates to take forever to break through. It's kind of like how Devil May Cry 3 in the US had the Japanese hard mode as the normal mode. Didn't... Is it Path of No, I think it's Radiant Dawn. Isn't that the case with Radiant Dawn, with the difficulties being, like, mistranslated or something? Yeah, having to get 100 stars for the real ending sounds insane to me. That doesn't sound fun. It was... Oh, it was a lot. Journalists and reviewers just pay a pro player to play the game and interview them afterwards, I guess. They don't. They don't. That would be the smart thing to do, but they don't. Wait, is it? I never knew that. Yeah, the translation for Radiant Dawn was wrong. Yeah. Yeah. Radiant Dawn has the difficulties mistranslated. Oh god, yeah. Madam Path of Radiance? I think it's Radiant Dawn. Radiant Dawn difficulty mistranslated. Radiant Dawn difficulty settings were intentionally relabeled rather than retranslated. Someone says that it was intentional. Others says it was... You saying I played the whole game on hard because of a mistranslation? It was Radiant Dawn. Yeah, it's Radiant Dawn. Yeah. Western normal mode to be harder than expected. Japanese normal hard maniac was renamed easy normal hard, meaning the Western normal mode is actually Japanese hard mode. Yeah. Oh god. No wonder I struggle so much. Yeah, and then everyone played on hard mode. Exactly. Oh god, they definitely don't. Flashbacks to the Cuphead journalist. That Cuphead journalist was also the same person who was terrible at the modern Doom. Yeah, US normal being Japanese hard is wild. Yeah, that's essentially what happened, yeah. US normal was essentially the Japanese equivalent to hard mode. I'll never forgive Miyamoto for this one. Yeah, I don't know why they did it like that. So, yeah, if you played normal on Radiant Dawn, you were essentially playing hard mode. Because in essentially the Japanese version, that was hard mode. I'll never forgive them. I think the devs intended the trolling. I mean, not the devs. The localizers. Because this is not an issue from the devs. This is an issue from the localizers. Because at that point, it's not on the devs. It's on the people that translate the game. So it's like a localizer thing. Someone thought it would be really funny. Someone thought it would be hilarious even. And they were just like, you know what? We're gonna like label the difficulties wrong. So people essentially are playing on hard when they think they're playing on normal. This will be hilarious. And then the game flopped. And then they wonder why. It's like the opposite of Super Mario being harder in the Japanese version. Localizers are terrible at their job 99% of the time. And their little joke kind of caused the game to flop. It sold pretty badly and it almost killed Fire Emblem, so... Yeah, you know, just a funny little prank that, could have essentially ended the entire series. But you know, it was for the funny, guys. One localizer realized he had free will and decided to traumatize an entire generation of FE players and almost take down the franchise with them. Kinda crazy to think about. It wasn't completely intentional, it was mostly because they actually removed the hardest difficulty in Path of Radiance, then fixed the naming scheme to be consistent for Radiant Dawn. Okay, but you gotta admit, it was pretty funny. DMC3 was the only game where I had to learn jump cancelling to beat it because it's too hard. Jump cancelling? Yes. That bad, huh? That bad. But yeah, it was normal, hard, maniac, and then easy, normal, hard. Which essentially... Yeah, normal... Normal was hard. Easy was normal. And I guess hard was maniac. By that proxy. Top 10 jokes that went too far? Yeah. It's just crazy to think about. That is like one of the few things that I know about Radiant Dawn. Because it became infamous because of that. They fixed DMC3 on the re-releases for the difficulty. I see. The more you know, the more you know. But yeah, you know, it's always it's a neat fun fact. Just, you know, your little fun fact for the day. Yeah, it's one of the few things I knew about Radiant Dawn for a very long time. There's an alternate timeline out where that actually killed their franchise, and that man lays awake every night thinking about what he's done. Exactly. There could have been a timeline where that actually killed the franchise, and that man is sitting there and being like, is this my fault? Did I do this? Is this because of me? Why would they do this to Mikaya's game? For the funsies. Someone felt particularly devious that day. There's an alternate timeline where Dante is Leon. I mean, have you seen the OG Leon in Resident Evil 4? He might as well be Dante. They hated her. What have I done? Going to succumb to become the hurricane. This is an alternate timeline where the OG planned for awakening and got iffy on Mars. Actually crazy. Not my Fire Emblem in space. They really just hated Mikaya, man. There's a Korean intern that saved Valve. Crazy concept. But yeah, you know, it's just pretty crazy. Dante and Leon, too cool for school. I mean, if you look at OG Resident Evil 4 Leon, he might as well be Dante. Personality-wise, I think he was pretty up there. But on the flip side, there's just an entire timeline where we actually got Pokemon X Fire Emblem, and I wish every day I live in that timeline. It makes me sad that we don't live in that timeline. He was Dante till Capcom decided to make something out of that prototype game. Space FA would literally be so insane that I kind of want to see them actually tackle it as a spin-off. I mean, if they already did Fire Emblem Among Us, what's stopping them? But before they do that, can they give me my Fire Emblem party? I need to find a new party game to destroy my friendships over. I need to get my Fire Emblem party. Where we have every lord as a playable character. Dante in DMC1 is like almost a completely different character than any of his later incarnations. He actually takes things seriously. Does? I would commit crimes to watch like a pilot a Gundam. To watch Ike pilot a Gundam is crazy. Space FE will have a Fire Emblem Party minigame, trust. Give us FE Party, Nintendo, and my life is yours. If they give us FE Party, I'll buy it day one. I need it. I need FE Party. This is important to me. They need to do more spin-offs that are not just mobile games. I still can't believe there's a Death Note game that plays like Among Us. Oh, that game. I do remember seeing it, yeah. I mean, to be fair, if you kinda deconstruct Death Note, it's kinda like Among Us. If you deconstruct Death Note to its simplest of concepts, it kinda is like Among Us. Oh, did they use the same re-engine for the OG DMC games? But the re-engine doesn't stand for Resident Evil. It stands for something else. I forget what it stands for, but I remember reading somewhere that it doesn't stand for Resident Evil. It stands for something else. Fire Emblem Party does sound pretty cool. They don't even have to change the Mario Party games. Yeah. DMC 1 Dante's still a combo. He's just a lot more reserved. And ironically, I don't see why they haven't made a Mario Party, but just all Nintendo franchises. If you deconstruct Death Note, it's basically like Among Us. If you deconstruct Death Note to its most basic of concepts, it's basically like Among Us. You know, if you really think about it. Okay, the dev says it stands for something else, but it was like shoot for the moon or something, which makes zero sense, even in Japanese. Yeah, it stands for something else. I don't remember the exact word for it, but... Hear me out, Smash Bros. Characters, but in Mario Party. I feel like that would be too many people. That's too many characters, though. I feel the roster would be too big for a party game, and that means the minigames are gonna get cut. And I don't want the minigames to get cut. So I feel that for that, it has to be specific to one franchise. Just because if we have like a Smash party game, something is gonna get cut, and it's very likely that it's gonna be the minigames. Or like the variety and like the different game boards. So, in order to kind of make this viable, I would say they should probably stick to one franchise. Party games could have massive rosters if they actually wanted to. They just choose not to for some reason. The problem with that is that usually something else gets cut in order to get a big roster. Which is either the variety in game boards or the minigames. Monkey Paw Curls. We're getting Xenoblade Party. A Xenoblade Party with Shulk. And the Rhine has to be in it because why not? It's Rhine time. I think his name was Rex, Pyra, and I forgot the other name of the other girl. I don't remember the name of the other girl. I think there was another girl. It's Rex, Pyra, and whatever the other girl name was. And I don't know the protagonist from Xenoblade Chronicles 3. And I don't remember the one from X because I didn't get that far. I don't remember it. I think I only played like the tutorial and it was a bunch of exposition and then I didn't beat the game. The Xenoblade Chronicles X protagonist. Fiora or Melia? But those are... Fiora's from like the first game, isn't it? Oh, the protagonist of X is named Cross. I completely forgot they existed, not gonna lie. Ah yes, Rex, Pyra, and that other girl. I forgot what her name was. At the end of the day, they're a collection of compromises. If you want a massive roster, typically that means the resources can't be committed to other aspects. Yeah. F-Zero Party because they hate us and want us to never get a proper new game. A JRPG's party game in which every JRPG protagonist and first companion love interest fight each other in a party-style war. That's just gonna be Square Enix Party. Yes, Rex, Pyra, and the other girl. All I know is that Xenoblade character series is a lot of fan service. The second game, I think. The first one, not really. I think the one you're thinking one is 2. I think 2 has a lot more fan service. I only beat 1, so... But I do remember 2 having like a much more, fan servicey approach. I had to look up the name of the green-haired girl because I don't remember her name. No, the blonde one. What's the name of the blonde one? Blonde girl. It wasn't the green-haired one. Mithra. Yes. That's the name of the other main girl, I think, from 2. Mithra. The first one definitely has some fan service on the outfits. I mean more like direct fan service, to be fair. You think minigames should be mandatory or skippable? It's a party game. You kind of have to do the minigames. Or else, where's the party? Mithra is the blonde one. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking about. The other main girl. Actually, you got a new F-Zero game, F-Zero 99. You kind of have to do the party games, or else you're not really playing. If you don't do the mini games, you're not playing like a party game, you know. So yeah, it's necessary to do the mini games. One of the things about Mithra I know is they censor her outfit in Smash Bros. And honestly, it looks better. I don't know what her outfit looks like. I just looked up, I was just like looking up like names, Xenoblade Chronicles 2, blonde girl, and then I got the name Mithra, and I was like, oh, okay, there you go. But it only shows her face, so I don't know what her full outfit looks like. I think the reason for no Nintendo Party is that they don't want to compete with themselves, and collapsing franchises are harder to plan. That's why, essentially, you pick franchises that are already either published by them or, you know, something like that that's easier. Not really like a Smash Bros, because I know that would be a nightmare to coordinate. If you aren't playing the minigames, you're not playing Mario Party. You're just playing a worse version of Monopoly. Ah, yes, my favorite Xenoblade's character, Rex Pyra, and Xenoblade Chronicles 2 blonde girl. I don't know her name. I never played 2. I never played 2. Because I remember seeing the trailer and it was like Menu Simulator. And I was like, oh. So I didn't play 2. I remember like when they showed the trailer, it was like a bunch of menus everywhere. And I'm like, oh. And my brain zoned out. I was like, I'm out of here. That's kind of like the... It's a fun menu simulator. It was too many menus. It is definitely menu heavy. Yeah, I remember seeing the trailer and it was so many menus. I'm like... It's too many menus. Don't worry, I never played 2 either. It looks so complicated. I only know the memes about it. I just didn't play 2 because it looked like a menu simulator. And it kind of took away from me wanting to play it. You don't get it. The spreadsheet is the gameplay. I don't want it. If I wanted a spreadsheet, I would open Excel or Google Sheets. Have you seen the memes about Xenoblade 2 where the MC apparently got a harem and had kids with all the girls at the end of Xeno 3? What is this, like... Vampire Knight nonsense type of ending? That's to me why the menus are the best part. No. Menus upon tutorials upon menus upon more tutorials. I was enjoying 2, but the way it looks on Switch is terrible, so I just stopped. You can never have too many menus. Didn't someone say that they introduced like a tutorial in the final boss of this game? I think someone mentioned that it was this game where they just introduced a tutorial at the very end of like the final boss fight, and I'm like, why? Not Vampire Knight. Valid Vampire Knight slander. I'll have you know, Chiaki, spreadsheet simulators are great. I think I'm good. The menus are crazy, it's no joke. I remember seeing it in the trailer. And I was like, if this is how the entire game is gonna be, I'm out. Yes, it's Xenoblade Chronicles 2. My friend told me about it. That's crazy. It's like, oh, it's the final boss. Here's a tutorial. And I'm like, why? 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 Why do you need a tutorial for the final boss? Like, the whole thing with the final boss is that you're supposed to use everything you learn on your journey, not learn something before the actual fight. Free gacha system where you pull for characters. What even is this game? Why do you pull for characters on a JRPG? Oh god. Crazy concept. I have heard 3 is good though. I have heard a lot of people praise 3. Like, I see a lot of people constantly talk about how 3 is, like, insanely good. So I'm like, I'm tempted to play 3. Because I've heard lots of good things about 3. 2 didn't appeal to me because of the whole menu simulator nonsense. Were you rooting for in Vampire Knight again? I never watched it. I watched someone, what's it called? I watched someone, like, watch the anime, essentially. And, like, I guess make, like, a... Not a review. It was kind of like a watch-along type of thing. Where, like, they were watching the anime and they were, like, reacting to it. I watched someone do that with Vampire Knight. But yeah, it's definitely a show of all time. And I've heard how the manga ended and I was just like, what even is this? You use everything you learned on your journey, including this new information we just introduced just now. The free gacha thing turned me away from it too, since it seemed like a really unfun way to get characters. You do the same in Engage. You're starting to find a boss fight and they introduce you to mechanics. Not really, though. It's not really something like you don't really know, though. It's more of a map gimmick than like an entire new mechanic, really. I've heard 3 is really good, but you do have to play 2 first, or you can just jump straight into 3. I think 3 is its own story. I think there's a DLC where they reference the other games, but... yeah. Xenoblade 3 definitely looks better. Vampire Knight is an okay anime, but low in the action. I mean, it's a romance anime. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. I thought about getting a Switch too, but keycard system killed my desire because I enjoy physical media. I mean, the whole keycard is mostly for third parties. So, yeah. You're so lucky I read the whole manga. Biggest waste of months of my life of all time. Wait, you actually read the manga? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for you. And Xenoblade X has mechas like Fire Emblem Heroes. No, not the mechas and heroes. Engage just tells you the boss does this thing, watch out. Yeah, I wouldn't really like... Xenoblade Chronicles X is fun, but the fact you have to do the side quest is a crazy concept. Oh, right, it did have like the mandatory side quest, I think. Yes, the entire thing. I kept telling myself surely it'll get better. No, not the surely it'll get better. I'm so sorry you actually subjected yourself to the entire manga. I've heard things of that manga and I'm like, I'm so sorry. Oh god, I'm so sorry for you actually going through that. It did not get better. Oh god, I'm tempted to read the manga now to know how bad it gets. I always heard Vampire Knight was a dumpster fire, so never read it. I mean, it is. That's why I never watched it myself. I just watched someone essentially watch the dub of Vampire Knight. And they were reacting to it. And the dub was really funny, though. The dub is really, really funny. And then, like, they were talking about some of the things that happened in the manga. And I was like, what is going on in this? Oh, God. What is even going on in this story? Every time I'm reminded of Xenoblade X, I'm reminded of the Goofy Rap soundtrack. Goofy Rap. I see clips of the dub. It's so funny. I'm a vampire. Yeah. The way he says vampire is so funny in the dub. I am a vampire. Oh, jeez. So funny. Vampire Knight is a yaoi? It's not a yaoi, no. It's not. You've probably heard it from, like, the fandom, but it's not a yaoi. It's a love triangle between the two guys and this girl. That low-key gives you I'm the Kakegurui vibes. I love the way you say the line, it's so funny. It's just like the way they said it in the dub was so funny to me. Oh god. And I feel like now I find myself just saying vampire like that. Even though... Like every time I say the word, I feel like my brain just resorts to saying it like that. Just because I remember seeing it, like, that clip of the dub, and it was really funny to me. Speaking of Kakegurui, bad live action watch along, Gwen. Do you really want to watch the bad live action? I think the music is done by the guy who did the soundtrack for Attack on Titan for Xenoblade X. Really? Unironically, I really like you saying it that way. It's really charming. Can't believe the Vampire Knight dub has poisoned her brain. It's really funny though. I would say it's pretty up there with the Dance with Devils like song dubs. They're so bad, but it's so funny because they're so bad. Especially Emo Liar. Emo Liar is atrocious, but it's so funny. I am a vampire. You have to say it the other way around. A love triangle between a girl and two guys. It's same thing. You know, people get what I'm talking about. They get what I'm saying. Last time I watched a dub anime was in the early 2000s, Toonami. People like watching dumpster fires. Look at how long Rental Girlfriend has gone for. Yeah. 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 I still need to watch Dance with Devils 1. It seems unapologetically insane. Watch the dub though. It's really funny because it's so bad. Especially the songs. The songs are the worst dubbed. And it's so funny. Oh god. They're really funny. Emo Liar is hilarious. And the dub seems wild. The dub is wild. It's so bad. It's so bad. Dance with Dolls sounds hilarious. That's the one with the random singing Pomeranians. It is, yeah. It's the anime musical, yeah. It has like the singing Pomeranians. And the Emo Liar song. Emo Liar. Don't be a chicken. That's an actual lyric from the dub version. Oh god, not the don't be a chicken. God, it's such a... It's a piece of media, but it's so funny. Oh god. Oh no. It's definitely a piece of media. The Pomeranians and Emo Liar songs are peak. I remember you sharing them. My dog was Dara. It's such a funny song. And the singing Pomeranians. The Pomeranian choir is insane. I don't know what they were thinking, but it's such a... It's a gift. No one said it was good, but it was really funny. Boss Dance with Devils watch along Gwen. It has to be the dub version. That's the best way to experience this nonsense of an anime. I don't know how those English versions were approved. Oh god. I don't know either. Honestly. I don't know either. I don't know who wrote it. I don't know who saw this and was like, yes. That's how it needs to be. Oh my god, it's a piece of media. I'm low-key tempted to just watch the dub, just because it's so funny to me. Oh god. Oh no, I would 100% be down for a watch-along for it, but we have so many other watch-alongs. I have to decide... When was the last time we did a watch-along, actually? I'm like checking. Let me see. The last time we did it... Oh, it was Polar Express, actually. Yeah, it was Polar Express, almost 3 months ago. Almost 3 months ago. Yeah, it was when we watched Polar Express. Yeah. Christmas! Yeah, closer to Christmas. December 20. Pretty much. It's been a while, yeah. It's been a while, but then I had to decide what I want to watch. Because there's many things that I'm like, ooh, I would like to watch. Yeah, and then before that, last one was Scooby-Doo, so it's been a good in-between. Yeah, before that one was the Scooby-Doo in October. So it was a good in-between. It was 2 months in between. The Scooby-Doo and then Polar Express. And then now it's been almost 3 months since that. Tomorrow is gonna be 3 months, officially. So there's been a good in-between other watch-alongs. But then, I do want to do another watch-along, but I don't know what we would watch. We still need to watch Balto. I want to watch something... I was gonna say, I want to watch something bad. I feel like watching something bad that it's funny. So maybe... Oh, man. I want to watch something bad that is funny. I haven't watched something bad in a while. Don't you always? What do you mean? Polar Express was not bad. The Polar Express. Polar Express is not bad. Polar Express is cute. I need to find like something bad but funny. We should find some bad, it's good movie. So Dance with Devils English dub then. I don't know how many of you guys would actually be interested in that. in the Dance with Devils dub. Specifically the dub, because the dub is bad and it's funny. So I want to watch something bad but funny. That's what I'm feeling. I'm feeling something bad but funny. Because the last two things that we watched good things. Scooby-Doo is good. Polar Express also good. You can try the US dub of Ghost Stories. I mean, I know about the US dub of Ghost Stories, but like... I feel like that one, people consider it fun for a different reason. Is it like... Don't people consider it fun? It's mostly because it's like very out there sometimes, even like low-key offensive. Isn't that why people consider it like fun? I don't know. Like the double Ghost Stories never really appealed to me. Ghost Stories dub is very crass. Yeah, that's the word that I was thinking. Yeah, it's like very crass. So it's like, I don't know. It doesn't really feel... I don't feel it. Ghost Stories isn't so bad, it's good, but it's just purposely memey. My understanding, it's incredibly crass. Yeah, it's like incredibly crass humor, so it's like, I don't feel it. I don't know about everyone else, but I would absolutely be up for watching Dance with Devils. Actually, unironically, you could watch the Batman movie we talked about. Since it's bad, it's funny. Oh, there's also the Kakegurui one. I am the Kakegurui. Oh, yeah. The US dub is basically just parody dub. Yeah, it's essentially just an abridged at that point. I don't want to say Hunger Games just to annoy book readers. Why do you hate me? I mean, I already watched the Hunger Games movies. And I am a book reader. So... yeah, Ghost Story stuff is just crazy and often offensive. Oh god, not the Kakegurui live action. I am low-key curious about it. Not gonna lie. The morbid curiosity is rising. What about the Lego movies? But the Lego movies are good though. I want something bad that is funny. The Lego movies are good. The Kakegurui one could be really funny. I need to see the I am the Kakegurui one. The Room? I don't know what The Room is. Never heard of it. Comedy romance? Why is his face like that? The cover. Yeah, I want something bad but funny. Not just actually a good movie. Yeah, I'm feeling like something bad but funny. Because like, good movies, like, they're mostly like, you know, you appreciate the quality, but I feel like something bad but funny. That's what I'm feeling. The Japanese live action? Nah, because that one's actually decent. It needs to be the Netflix one. That was the bad one. What about the Death Note live action? Okay, The Room is infamous. It had quite a few friends who were obsessed with it for a long time. I've never heard of it, but the image of the guy at the cover is quite something. Isn't The Room the I did not hit her? I did not hit her. Oh, hi, Mark. Is that... I mean, I don't know. I've never watched this movie. But the guy in the cover is quite something. The shaggy dog with Tim Allen. Not the Tim Allen dog. Yeah, The Room is the... Oh, hi, Mark. I was... Oh, hi, Mark meme. Oh, this guy. So this is the guy. Yeah, I've never watched The Room. Could be. Could be a possibility. Could be. Yeah, I'll have to think about it. I'll have to think about it to see what we watch. Once we do another watch along. Also, I realize it's almost been 5 hours. It's almost been 5 hours since I've been yapping, which is crazy to me. I didn't think I was gonna yap for that long. I did watch The Room back in middle school. It was a huge meme back then, really. Kung Fu Panda. Kung Fu Panda's good. Bad movie. I need a bad movie. I want something bad that I can laugh at. You keep suggesting good movies. You think bad. is well known for being directed and acted by a man who everyone assumes must be an alien trying to disguise himself as a normal human. Really? Quite the yappening. Time flies when you're having fun. I guess that is true, yeah. You do enjoy yappening. It's been quite a while since the last one, so you did have one to yap a lot. This is true, yeah. I didn't really yap about, like... I was gonna yap about the wedding. The wedding that I went on Saturday. But I ended up forgetting because originally it was on my mind on Monday. But then obviously, you know, since I wanted to go straight into Sly Cooper, I didn't really like talk about it. The story, I totally forgot about it. There wasn't really like a story per se. We would talk about the fake cake. We still have time. We did skip our yaps on the Sly Cooper stream, so we got a bunch of pent-up yappening energy. Tis true, yeah. Tis true. He also used to have a clothing store. He did. We completely forgot to talk about it since Monday. Yeah, they gave us light sticks. Over at the wedding. And so the table that we got assigned on, it was right next to the stage where they had like this band playing. And they didn't really adjust the music levels. So it was insanely loud when the band started playing. I couldn't even hear the singer. It was just the drums the entire time. I could only hear the drums. I could barely hear the singer because it was so loud. I remember I stood up because I just couldn't... I couldn't even like hear anything. I couldn't hear myself think. I was like, I can't hear my own thoughts. So I kind of stood up, and there was this area with like a bunch of like chairs in a circle. There were like some little kids there, probably a bit farther away from the stage, probably because I can imagine how rough it must have been to like listen to the music like that close to the stage. So there were like some kids there. They were playing with the light sticks. They gave us light sticks at the wedding. I didn't know that it was customary to like give light sticks so everyone like waves them around when like the bride and the groom walk by. I didn't know that was a thing. But they gave us light sticks. So I was like, oh, that's cute, I guess. So I was waving the light stick around while the music was playing. I was kind of like waving it to the beat of the song. So I was like, sure, I don't have anything else to do. So I kind of just sat down. And I was just waving the light stick around. I was just waving it around, and then this kid like approaches me because he was playing with the light stick, and he kind of just like clashes his light stick with mine, and I'm like, does he want to fight? Is this a challenge for a duel? Is that a thing? Apparently, like a Japanese concert, there are like cheaper light sticks, not like super thick light sticks like idol concerts. I need to find where I left mine so I can show a picture of it. I know I left it somewhere in my room because I did take it with me. I don't think that's a thing, at least not in the US, is it? They also sometimes have just sticks with serpentinas. He'd really challenge you to a lightsaber duel. Yeah, because I was just waving the light stick around to like the beat of the song. And then this kid just kind of like clashed his light stick with mine, and I just looked at him. And then he looked at me, and I was like, so this is a duel. He was a really small kid. It's probably like no older than like 7 years old. And I was like, okay, sure. I guess I'll entertain him. So I kind of just started like essentially playing Star Wars with the kid. Just like, doon, 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 doon. Did you win? Yes, he did surrender. He did surrender. Like, idol concert pen light thing at a wedding? Yeah, but it's like a way thinner pen light. It's like a light stick essentially. Wait, those that you had to break and they start shining? It had like a little switch that you could turn on so like it would like essentially light up. Did you lose? No, the kid surrendered after a while because I was just like playing with him. And then he kind of like, he smiled at me and then he ran away. And I was like, I win. But not shortly after. I was gonna like sit back down again, and then this girl ran up to me and did the exact same thing. She did the exact same thing because originally this girl was playing with the other kid, and then like this girl like saw me playing with him, and after he left, It was like, oh, it's my turn. And then she ran up to me and did the exact same thing. And I'm like, okay, guess I'll have to play with her too. Oh, and I kind of just play with the light sticks, played essentially Star Wars with her too. And then I noticed, like, I look up and I just see, like, my family staring at me. I just see them, like, looking at me, just playing with the kids with the light sticks, playing Star Wars with the kids. Until essentially, like, the kids got tired and they just went somewhere else. And I was just like, they were the ones that wanted to, so I just entertained the idea. Chiaki kid confirmed. I, for some reason, like, always seem to attract kids in some shape or form. Like, kids would randomly, like, talk to me, or, like, essentially, like, want to play with me for whatever reason, and I don't know why. I don't know why. It has always happened in some shape or form. I remember it happened at, like, Barnes & Noble one time, where I was buying... I don't remember which book I bought. I think... might have bought The Hunger Games? No, I think I bought a different book. I bought a different book at Barnes & Noble, and I was in line to, like, pay. And then this kid just randomly started talking to me, and just started, like, nerding out about some book that I don't remember. Like, this kid was just like, oh my god, started talking about, like, something to me, and I'm like, oh. Maine Coons are just approachable, I guess so. They think you're one of them. Even more proof, Chiaki Babu, no. Don't worry, Obi's been weirdly popular with kids too, and I don't get it since most people think I look scary. Meanwhile, all kids are scared of me. That's cute. I don't know why. Like, kids will often, like, try to start conversations with me, or like, approach me to, like, play with them. Chiaki's family just be like... They were staring at me, but not really side-eyeing me. They were, like, smiling. And I was like... I mean... I entertained them because they wanted to play. I was not just gonna be rude with them and be like, get out! I was like, sure. I can only imagine how boring a wedding must be for, like, a younger kid. So I was like, sure, I'll entertain you. If you wanna, like, use the... If you wanna use the light stick as a lightsaber, sure. I'll entertain you. Didn't they mistake you as a kid in the airport? Yeah, they did. That just means you're very approachable. Maybe because your Chiaki size is approachable? Is it? If anything, I bet the parents appreciate you keeping the kids entertained for them. I guess so, yeah. Oh, Nechan, not really. No. It's because it's really cute. When they want to play... they want you to play with them. I always entertain them since they must be super bored if they're coming up to me. Yeah, that's essentially what I was thinking. I was like, oh god, they must be super bored. But I just thought it was weird that it was like... Right after the little boy left, like the girl just like approached me too, and I'm like, oh, I guess now I have to. But yeah, I was kind of just like waving the light stick around to like the beat of the music. I was just like, okay, dun dun dun, because I knew some of the songs that they played, not all of them, but some of them. You must be truly desperate if you have come to me for my aid. Yeah. I remember family gatherings and weddings as a kid. It was so dull. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. I mean, the girl must have realized you're chill like that. I guess so, yeah. Indeed, Chiaki, big sister time. No. Yorimoto to us, Waru-ne-chan to them. I mean, it's mostly... I guess it comes from the fact, like, when... One of my younger cousins... I mentioned this before, that no one would play with her. And I played with her one time. One time. Because no one would play with her. And I was like, you know... She doesn't... Her sister never really played with her. Because there was a very, like, big age gap between her and her sister. So, her sister never really played with her. So I was like, okay, sure. I guess I'll play with her. So I played with her a little bit one time. And then she got super attached to me. So whenever, like, she would visit, she would be like, Chiaki, play with me! And I'm like, oh god. I was like, oh no. Oh no. Not like this. Honestly, you playing with her probably made that one of the best family gatherings she's ever had. Yeah, I mean, I played with those kids at the wedding because I was like, sure, if they want to play, I guess I'll entertain them. But yeah, many such cases. If you play once, you're their new best friend to them. Yeah, like I remember every time she visited, she started asking about me. She was like, where's Chiaki? I want to play with Chiaki. And I was like, oh no. Oh no. But yeah, because I was always the one that played with her. I mean, nowadays, I haven't seen her in a bit, so I don't know. I don't know. I mean, unfortunately, she got exposed to iPads pretty young, so she iPad baby. It'll be their core memory from the wedding. Honestly, that's adorable. How attached she became to you after playing with her just one time. She sounds like a Katsu. Yeah. Not the iPad baby. Yeah, her mom gave her their iPad pretty young. She was the iPad cousin. They gave her an iPad super young. So I was like, oh no. Oh no. Not the iPad baby. I was like, oh god. I remember seeing like what she was looking up on YouTube and I'm like, you shouldn't be looking at that. Oh, you shouldn't be looking at that. I wish I had younger cousins. I'm the younger one. I mean, the only younger cousin, essentially, it's her. She's the only younger cousin left. YouTube Kids is actually insane. Yeah. My favorite thing about weddings when I was a kid was the cake. The elders would be like, you will get cake at some point. Be quiet, you'll get cake at some point. I mean, she never was played with. I can see why she became an iPad baby. Yeah, her sister kind of like never played with her. What horrors beyond comprehension was she peeking at? It was... I got to see a little bit of YouTube Kids through that iPad, and I was like, it wasn't... made me question what she was looking at. Honestly, I was like, oh no. Screen time and unsupervised internet access is a terrible idea. Yeah, and like I said, she's pretty young. So I was like, oh no. YouTube Kids is honestly worse for kids than regular YouTube. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. But yeah, I didn't really do much at the wedding. It was mostly just kind of like lounging. Mostly just lounging. I waved the light stick around. I contemplated... I did contemplate dancing, but I'm not really like a dancer. I don't know how people dance in like those types of events. So I was like... I was just kind of watching people dance. And I was like, what do people like do? I saw people moving like their arms in like a circle. I was like, I guess that's how they dance. They move their arms in like a circle and they like do one step forward, one step back. And I was just kind of like watching them and I was like, nah, I'm too self-conscious, man. This is embarrassing. I have this little cousin, and at 3, her main entertainment is also YouTube Kids. Oh no. Once she came to visit, and just so she doesn't watch any of that, I had her entertained with the flowers. I mean, it's better than her watching YouTube Kids. Lounging and eating midnight nachos. Can't forget the midnight nachos. Very important. Gotta show off your Just Dance skills. No. Dancing is easy. Just feel the rhythm. Act like you're having a stroke. You wanna know the truth about how people dance at weddings and stuff? Alcohol. Copious amounts of alcohol. Oh god. Probably. I mean, I only had water. That's the only thing that I drank the entire night. Because, they showed us the menu. I was like, oh, how do you order? And like... There was a menu at the table, and then it was literally like alcohol, purely alcohol, water, and like soda, and that's it. It was like, look at all these different types of alcoholic drinks. I'm like, And then I was like, I'll just get water. Dancing's just moving to the rhythm. It's hard though. Oh god. I'm shocked parents don't do the PC in the living room and only for school-related work's the only thing anymore. I guess it's just not like that anymore. I got a very whining pup that is growing very impatient, so I think I gotta call it here for the night. Thanks for the stream, boss. It was a ton of fun yapping with you like always. Yeah, thank you for stopping by, Raps. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Hope the pupper doesn't cause too much trouble. Hope he's not too mischievous. Don't forget to stay tubular as well. Drinking alcohol. Yeah, I don't really drink, so... I'm surprised they even had anything non-alcoholic. Water and soda. I mean, I guess they kinda had to have if they were gonna allow kids, you know, be present, so... Because there were children present. So they kinda have to have something that the kids can drink. So I'm pretty sure, like, that's why. The midnight nachos fine. Thank you so much for the tip wraps. Thank you so much for the midnight nachos fun. Thank you, thank you. Whatever kids make sense, yeah, because there were some like little kids there too. Fine, I guess we'll give them soda and water. Yeah, that's true. Since there were kids, they had to, yeah. I just realized last time I was at a wedding, it was my friends, and I was a groomsman. How can I forget? Yeah, here is like just like... I just knew the bride, I didn't know the crew. I mean, I mentioned before how I didn't even like... I didn't even know who the groom was, and... Because when we arrived, the groom was not there. Like, the wife and... Not the wife. The bride. The bride and the groom were separated. Because the bride was, like, greeting some of the guests. And the groom was somewhere. I don't know where he was. And we ran into the bride. And we, like, greeted her because we know her and stuff. And then, like, the groom walked by. And I didn't know who he was. So I didn't know it was him. Until, like, they told me, like, Chiaki, that's the groom. You're supposed to greet him. And I was like, oh. Hi. Shake hand, I guess. The poor groom, literally completely unknown. I mean, I didn't even know him. I didn't know his name. I didn't know how he looked like. So I was like... And, like, he was just wearing a regular suit. Like, so rude, Chiaki. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know it was him. It's not my fault, like the suit that guys all wear are very similar. You at least read the invitation. Is it bad that I saw the invitation the day of? It's wild to me I didn't show you even a picture. No. No. Why didn't I tell you that I knew who he was? I didn't know who he was. So I was like... I didn't know him. So until like they told me like, oh, that's the groom. And I'm like, oh. Hi. I mean, they didn't tell me. There's a random dude up there with the bride. That's the thing. He was not with the bride. I didn't go to, like, the ceremony. I only went to the party. So, the thing is, I didn't see him because I didn't go to the ceremony. I only went to the party after the ceremony. So, I had never seen him. If I had gone to the ceremony, I would have known who he is. But I didn't go. You should have given him the dad answer, said you're the man that didn't get away. It's not bad, it's just wild. Imagine going to a birthday and not at least know the host's name. I mean, that's different because that's only one person you have to know. It's the birthday person. But here it's like both the bride and the groom. I knew the bride. That's who invited us, essentially. So... I only knew, like, the person who invited us. But I didn't know, like, the groom. It's not the same. Both bride and groom are the hosts. Well, yeah, but... Still... I only found out, like, the day of. It's not that weird to only know one of them. It's more wild that no one told you anything about them. Exactly! Like, I didn't know him. But yeah, I only really noticed until they told me who he was. But yeah, overall, it was essentially very chill. This was chill. Other than, you know, the spicy dinner that, like, made me cough once I found out that it was spicy. And they didn't tell me until I was literally coughing. But, you know, other than that, it was, you know, it's relatively chill. It was very cold, though. Like, the inside of, like, the... I guess the place where the wedding was being held, it was very cold. And I do remember Katsumama did dance. I think she's the only one who really dances. Because Katsupapa doesn't dance. Katsubra doesn't dance. I don't dance. So Katsumama, and also my aunt. My aunt was also dancing too. Tell us about this spicy dinner. It was like this chicken with like some spicy sauce. And there were also like cold noodles too. I only ate the noodles because the chicken was too spicy. It was an Indian Korean wedding? Not really, no. I saw that we're to only know one of them. Got the boost though, Chiaki. We seen you on Just Dance. No. Did the party go on for a while? I remember seeing you post pretty late at night. You were back. We arrived at like 9:30. We ended up leaving closer to 2 AM. So it did go for quite a bit. And I essentially ate mostly snacks and like the noodles from the dinner. And then, because I wanted to get the nachos, but they were only available at midnight. So I was like, this is terrible. So I mostly just ate the snacks that were on the table. And just waited till midnight to get my nachos. That's wild to me. It was 2 AM when you finally got to leave. Yeah, it was closer to 2 AM. Were they at least refill or so? Like the drinks? Or... I think the snacks. I don't remember they were refilled. I think so? She's so real. The snack bar is where it's at. Exactly. The nachos. I think you could go back and get more nachos if you want it. I never really, like, went back because I only got, like, you know... I only got, like, the nachos and I ate them, but I never, like, tried going back. I think you could probably get more if you wanted. But, I never really went back to get more. But yeah, I had the nachos. And I remember Katsumama and my aunt did dance. And I remember I was looking for Katsupapa. I was like, because I noticed he was, like, not there, present. I noticed, like, the moment that Katsumama stood up to, like, go dance, he disappeared. And I noticed he was just standing at, like, a corner. And I just looked at him. And I was like, are you running away? I was like, are you running away? Don't you want to dance? Do you want to dance with her? And he was like, no, I'm good. And then I realized, so that's where I got it from. Oh, Korean food is good, but it depends on what you get. Also, hi Sam, welcome. Let me guess, open bar, no. Tactical retreat! I actually had nachos at work today since they were giving them out, but we were late, so they didn't even have any cheese, man. That explains a lot. Yeah, then I realized that's where I got it from. Like, he kind of like stood up as soon as Katsumama went to the dance floor, and he kind of just like left. Because there was like this small lounge area where the music was way less loud. There were like some sofas in there that you could sit at. And the music was way less loud there. And he immediately like stood up and he kind of just went to sit there. Like far away from all the commotion. And I was like... Now I realize where I get it from. It is all quite clear to me. Why I am the way that I am. I see where the DNA comes from. Oh, I mean, I'll be hiding in the back corner as well. I hate loud parties. Yeah, like I'm not really like one for parties either. So I was it's just kind of like seeing him like that made me realize where I got it from. No better way to learn it. That's how you know. Yeah, that's how I realized it. I was like, oh, yeah. He represents all the introverts. He truly does. Representing all the introverts in the world. Even though I feel like he's not fully an introvert, but I feel like he definitely leans more towards that side. It became very clear at that moment. Should have brought the Switch in to play together while you hide. I feel like they would have killed me if I brought the Switch. They would have been like, why are you bringing a Switch to a party? So I feel like... Oh, God. They would have actually killed me if I brought a Switch. But since it was very cold, I had to wear like this little like... What is this called? a blanket, but I had to wear like this little little poncho over my dress because it was so cold. It was super super cold. Like I remember I was sitting there and I was like, why is it so cold? Like a little capelet? Yeah, I had to wear like a little capelet. Because like Katsumama brought a capelet and she was like, you know, just in case you get cold. Because it's probably gonna be kind of cold. But you know, I don't think you get cold. And I'm like, if you point out the possibility that it is cold, take it for granted that I will get cold. Because I'm really just gonna I get cold very easily. And Lord and behold, it was very cold. I was like, Jesus, it's so cold. You wear a cape? How cool. It was like a little capelet, yeah. It did not have heat at all. I'm assuming they kind of had like the AC, like, specifically super cold, just due to the amount of people that were there. So it was pretty cold. So I had to wear like my little capelet. I mean, I only really wore it when I sat down at the lounge. Just because, like, in that area in particular, it was very cold. Like, other than that, not really. Chiaki, you want to know a way you wouldn't have gone cold? You get warm with doing exercise and moving, so if you dance now. I was not cold if I was on the area where the dance floor was. Because, you know, the AC wasn't as aggressive there. How did Katsumi manage to get out of the wedding again? That's what I wish to know. Because he didn't have to go, but I did. He didn't have to go, but I did. It was so unfair, man. But at least I got a cool light stick and he didn't. I need to find where I put it, though. I don't know where I put it. But I got a light stick and he didn't. So who is actually winning? I think him, though. Katsubura got out of it by being the boring older brother, not the cute little sister. It's a tale this time because he's the older one. Yeah. The unfair privilege of being the older sibling. That I had to go, but he didn't. But whatever, I got a cool light stick and he didn't get anything. And I got to try the cake, which was okay, honestly. I've had better cake. The cake was okay. I'd give it like probably like maybe a C. Maybe a B if I'm feeling extra nice. But you know, cake was kind of mid. What color was the light stick? I think it was blue. I think if I remember correctly, I think it was blue. I need to find it. I left it somewhere in my room, but I don't remember where I left it. You also got to destroy two kids' dreams of being the strongest Jedi. Exactly. I got the high ground. The cardboard cake. No. Woo. But alas. But alas, alas. Okay, now I realize it's like 9. We should probably wrap it here. I can't believe it's been 5 hours. I can't believe I yapped for 5 hours. That's crazy. I thought it was gonna be a shorter stream today, but here we are. Haha, hee. Oops. I'm assuming it was a giant cake, so it makes sense. It was a giant cake, yeah. And she says she's not a yapper. I'm not. I'm not. It's over, Katsudon, so I have the high ground. Always. Always. Don't look at the time. I do need to have dinner, though. Ever since your first Yap stream, they've been long. Not 5 hour long. I'm the younger sibling that acts like the elder one. You really did miss us like it said on this schedule. I didn't really get to Yap the past 2 days, so I think it's probably because of that. Eat well and have a good night. Thank you. Let me see. There's a couple of people live right now. Let's see. Hey, recruits, welcome. Also, Jay, thank you so much for being a member of Nylina for 23 months. Thank you. Professional yapper, me never. Thank you for the tip. Okay, miss, I'm not a Zatsu streamer. I don't know what to talk about. I don't know. I'm not a Zatsu streamer. Never have or never will. Me, Zatsu streamer, you must be delusional. Quite delusional. I don't know what you're talking about. You better eat something good for dinner. I was just gonna eat cereal. Honestly, I was just gonna eat cereal. Oh god, everyone's playing Resident Evil. I'm trying to avoid Resident Evil spoilers. Okay, she's not playing Resident Evil. Okay. Here is the raid message. Hope you guys have a good rest of your day, night, afternoon, whichever time it is for you. And I shall see you tomorrow for Wolf Among Us. What cereal? Captain Crunch? Cheerios. Apple and cinnamon. Can we have dinner with you? What do you mean? Thanks for the stream, boss. It was a lot of fun yapping with you. It's a nice change of pace since we've been grinding games for a bit. Have a good night. Need something good. Thank you. Is your diet cereal and mayo sandwich? No. Not that. Just like, you know. Okay. Just for dinner. But yeah, okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Ciao. Goodbye. And stay tubular. Don't forget that. Okay, not for real. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.